Mic test. Welcome, everyone. We're going to start a little bit later as we wait for the crowds to come through. But welcome, everyone, and we love that you're all the early types. Super amazing. Oh, we start now? I'm told to start now. We can start now. So why don't we have our seats? Karibuni, get in. Let's find our seats. I'm gonna move back a little bit so I don't get hit by the roof. Good to see some of you over here. Seen quite a few. Yeah, it's been a while since I saw all of you. My name is Tony Dogo. I'm going to be your host for today and tomorrow. Hey, he's taking all the mandazis and sausages, which is nice. I hope you had a nice breakfast for those who missed out. You can't laugh at him and then look at your plate, bro. It's rough, man. It's good to see you all. Welcome to AfricArena East Africa Summit. Let's give him a hand for setting this up for us. Let's give him a little hand for those of you who have cups and plates. Do your fingers. It's nice to see all of you. Take your seats. Be chill. We're going to start right now. So a couple of housekeeping rules. The restroom, you get out of the IHOB, you turn left, you walk all the way to the end. You've got gents on your right and ladies on your left. You'll see big signs. In case there's a fire or anything, don't use the lift, use the stairs. They're very, very well opened up and they're cool, well ventilated, so you should be fine. And if there's an issue, there's also an exit over here. There you go. There shouldn't be a chair in front of it. There's an exit over there. You can be able to run through that hole and get downstairs. It's good to be able to have that. Okay. Obviously, you all know that we've started a bit late, so we're going to be a little rushed on the program, but you're not going to miss anything out. We're going to make sure all our panelists come through. We have the conversations that we need to have. And if there are any moments of questions, thoughts, ideas, suggestions, that's dope. The hashtag is this one word, AfricArena. That's the hashtag, and then you can also add another hashtag if it's EEAS, East Africa Summit. And you should be able to go find us on Twitter, find us on all of the things. It's really cool. But yes, we're going to start in a few minutes. I want with a clear agenda and plan and conversation point, and I want to make sure that this is good for you to know. This is just something for you to have. In the last 10 years, Africa's technology industry has grown as fast as healthcare and infrastructure and shipping combined in the last 25 years. That's how much of an impact what we're doing and what we're talking about here has had. And 12 years ago, this is funny, I was standing in front of a couple of people with a mic in a building about 10 minutes from here called Bishop Magua, and we were launching the iHub, and I was the MC who did that, and that's amazing. So coming back here 12 years later, seeing how many companies have started, how many careers have been changed, how many policies have been made different, it's amazing to see. And now this generation, this time is the next time. I feel like this is now super fuel time when we're going to start growing a number of multi-billion-dollar companies, and it's nice to see all of you here to talk about that. But I don't want to take too much time. I want to invite and this is the CEO of AfricArena. I think he's done a phenomenal job of putting this together. I don't know how else to say. Just come on stage. I have a question for you. I have a couple of things I want to ask before we start. The two things I always wonder.
Jumbo.
How are you, Christopher?
Good morning.
This is Chris.
How's everyone?
Good morning. How's everyone doing? Say hello. Hello.
Glad you braved the traffic of Nairobi in the morning, especially after the rain we had last night. I think a bit of chaos still, so yeah. The room is nearly full, so it's great to see all of you this morning. Jumbo.
I want to know, being that you've done this in Dakar, you've obviously done it in SA, doing it in East Africa, before you get into this, what was the vision behind it when AfricArena was brought together? What was the thought behind that?
We didn't have a clue. No.
I like that.
AfricArena is 6 years old. I'll talk a bit more in a moment about that. And the vision was simply to create a platform for founders to access opportunity, whether it is capital through connecting with angels, venture capital firms, corporate VC, or any form of funding that they can access, and opportunity in the form also of business. So with corporate, for example, we run a number of open innovation challenges across the continent.
Right.
These challenges are a way for startups to validate their market traction working with corporates, which is a very, very important thing. And in doing so, trying to bring more international corporates on the African tech ecosystem. So that was the vision. We started with an event in Cape Town. Mm-hmm. And 6 years later, surviving COVID, we've basically taken this Pan-African. And as you said, we have now 4 regional summits and also are doing events in the US, in Europe, in Asia. So we never stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the CEO of AfricArena. Chris, please do your thing, Chris. Christophe, thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I give you a few more information about the program and AfricArena, I would like you to welcome Ida, who is our host today. Thank you, Ida.
Good morning, everyone. So excited to see you. Very happy faces, very familiar faces. I know post-pandemic, it's been a challenge getting people to come physically to different spaces, but it's a great privilege to have you here at iHub. My name is Ida. I am the head of community and ecosystems at CC Hub. Yes, I know I've mentioned CC Hub. For those who don't know, CC Hub acquired iHub back in 2019, late 2019, just before the height of the pandemic. So we haven't really been able to, I don't know what to say, plug into the ecosystem, but iHub is still an amazing brand. We're still supporting startups. So I'm going to introduce CC Hub, including iHub. So anytime I say CC Hub, just know I'm including iHub in that. So we are an innovation center dedicated to accelerating the application of human capital for technology and economic prosperity. What we currently do is help startup and support startups across the African region. We are currently in 3 physical regions. So we are in Nigeria, Kenya, here where you are, and we are located also in Rwanda. That's our design lab. We do not have departments at CC Hub or iHub. We actually do have practices. So we currently have a couple of practices that deal with different sectors. So we have Relearn, which is our EdTech practice. We have Creative Economy that deals with creatives across the African continent. We have Design for Health, which deals with public health. We are currently running a program with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to understand drug value chain across the African continent. We have Startup Support, which run our Accelerator programs. Currently, we are running one, Google for Africa. Currently running the Black Founders Fund right now. We do have Tech and Society. We have the Design Lab that is located in Rwanda, where our research team sits and our developers as well. We have HI, which is the higher education institutions. We're trying to help masters and PhD students bring their thesis to life. And then we have the syndicate, which is our growth capital. We don't do big ticket sizes, but however, we do support startups that have gone through our programs. So for now, I'm going to leave you. My colleagues are here, literally the ones sitting at the front. If you want to ask any questions about CC Hub or iHub, happy to help and happy to answer any questions that you have. Please enjoy, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ida. And yes, iHub is one of the pioneers in ecosystem development, ecosystem building work on the continent, alongside CC Hub in Nigeria. So it's great that iHub and CC Hub joined forces back a couple of years ago. We actually are working with them through a program funded by the European Commission, together with other partners like Startup Bootcamp, called Enrich in Africa. And I think we'll talk about that a bit more in the next 2 days. Enrich in Africa is actually holding a big event again next month here at iHub, together with the European Commission. So, a few words about AfricArena. We started in 2017. As I mentioned, the goal was really, we are entrepreneur and VC-centric, so we are investors and entrepreneurs creating events, co-creating events to take the entire ecosystem forward. So we see ourselves as the accelerator of the entire African ecosystem. At least we try. One of the contributors of this, when we started, there was only $300 million VC investment in the whole of the continent. Last year we had 5 billion. And interestingly, yesterday morning there was an announcement that we passed 4 billion for this year. So there is a deceleration globally on the VC market. Hopefully Africa is still going to keep growing in the next few years, and we try to play a part in that. So specifically how we do that is we scan about 1,000 startups every year through our program. We hold 4 regional events across the continent. We select about 150 startups that pitch at these events, and then the top 60, 70 come to Cape Town for our Grand Summit which is our 5th final summit taking place in November in Cape Town. That's in 1 month from now, from the 8th to the 10th of November. So if you want to visit Cape Town and are excited by the work we do, we see you there. The other mechanism for us to select startups is we work with our partners, Founders Factory Africa, Startup Bootcamp, many others, to generate great deal flow. There are a lot of investors looking at this deal flow. One of our partners today is Launch Africa Venture, and I'd like to thank them for their support, alongside Enza Capital, which are our 2 anchor partners for this event, alongside iHub, who is our graceful host for the event. So the investors buying into the deal flow for us is the ultimate validation that what we do is of quality. So Launch Africa Ventures, having done a lot of deals on this deal flow for us, is great. But over and above that, there's been over, as of today, over $450 million of deals done on startup that went through AfricArena. You look back, AfricArena 2017, we had companies like Aerobotics, Ozo, for example, Sandy, that were pitching them. So this has been great to see the progression of our cohorts throughout the year. Some startups come back year after year as they start from seed to growth stage. We also work with a number of corporates to do deal flow development on the corporate VC side of things, or for corporates to work with these startups. We are now on our final regional summit. So we started earlier in the year in Johannesburg, Southern Africa. We then went to Dakar in April. We did a week-long event alongside the Africa Venture Capital Association, which is one of our strategic partners. We had over 500 investors in town for that week. It was one of our biggest event to date, and it was a smashing success. Then last month we were in Tunis at the end of August for the North Africa Summit. A lot of investors from the Middle East, from the region, and from Europe coming for that event, and it was a fantastic event as well. And so we are in Kenya now. We've been in Kenya for a few days because our events are all built on the same formula. It's not just 2 days summit. We do actually like 5 events. We start with an investor event. This week, we decided to take some investors in the bush, because why not? We're in Kenya. And we did a sort of an experiment called Safari X, which was a gathering of investors and some founders in Nairobi National Park at a lodge south of the park called Ololo. And this was really a great experience for those who attended. In parallel to that, we had a Founders Bootcamp, which took place at Workstyles with about 30 founders. And last night, we had a great fun at Workstyle for our VC night. And tonight, you are all invited at our Innovation Night, which is taking place at Nairobi Street Kitchens from, I think, about 7 o'clock. So join us there for some drinks and food and more networking. All these events working together are really, for us, the mechanism that gets to do the work we do. So the fact we have regional summits enables the bridges between the continent, between the region, because a startup coming to one of the summits can then go to another summit, do some soft landing work, meet some more contacts, and so forth. And then obviously the one in Cape Town is the ultimate event where we try to get as much as the participants from the 4 summits. The bootcamp that took place, so inside each of these summits, we have the bootcamp. So these are some of the pictures of what happened from Sunday. So we have a number of great masterclasses on various elements, largely focused on how to fundraise. And, we ended up with taking some of the founders to the investors on the Safarix event, which was, as you can see, really very much an outdoor event. All the conversation took place outdoor, which enabled unfiltered, very honest conversation, outcome-driven, to try to define the future of VC on the continent. And that's what we do through this event and our VC Unconference alongside our regional summit. So that's the formula of AfricArena. And then we have a program to support our startups on their fundraising process called Africa Rise. And Ropa, who is somewhere here in the room, is the key contact there, together with Nathaniel. So if you have questions about this, please have a look. Also to mention that the bigger audience today is actually here. It's in the cloud. Every event, the regional event, are attended by about 1,000 to 2,000 people online. LinkedIn, YouTube, our mobile application, AfricArena Wide, on our website. If you go on africarena.com right now, we're streaming this event. And you can replay the whole thing at home or in six weeks or whatever if you want to watch again Mike's keynote or a panel or anything that you want to listen to. Any contacts, please reach out to us. And, we'd be happy to help you as much as we can. We're a small team. There's only 4 people here, and we do our best to deliver great events. I'd just like to invite one of our key partners to talk about the approach we're going to have at this event. We're also trying something a bit different called the deep dives, where the startups are going to be working after they pitch. And so I invite the CEO of Startup Bootcamp Afritech, Philip Kirakov, on stage. Startup Bootcamp has been a partner of AfricArena since 2017, since inception, and then with the formation of Launch Africa, continued to work with us. So, Philippe, you want to say a few words about the exciting program for the next 2 days?
Sure. Thanks so much, Christophe. And as you mentioned, I mean, it's been an incredible journey for us. Startup Bootcamp is a global network of accelerator programs. We launched in 2010 globally. 2017, myself and Zach George co-founded Startup Bootcamp in Afritech. In Cape Town, physically located in Cape Town, but we're a Pan-African program. And each year we choose 10 startups from all across the continent and we take them through our programs. We're going to talk a little bit later about our actual program. The program director, Henry, is going to give a full introduction, so I'm going to be very brief. But what I will say that's been really amazing is that, this is how this ecosystem works. We run our piece, but it's in a relay. We are able to do the acceleration from an earlier stage startup, and then we're handing off the baton. We're counting on the fact that we've helped these startups achieve a significant amount of growth in a short period of time, but they're ready to launch and take their next step, and they need investors. They need seed stage investors, Series A investors. They need programs like this, and AfricArena has been one of those just incredible opportunities to hand off our startups into a larger arena of exposure. So we use these both as a scouting. So today we're going to be doing scouting, and you'll see startups that are candidates for our program that will pitch, and you're also going to see alumni from our program that are sharing what the next stage of their journey is. But the other thing I want to talk about is really just SafariX and the Founders Bootcamp and the other programs that we're very fortunate enough to partner with AfricArena on. So for the Founders Bootcamp, one of the things that we're particularly good at is helping startups learn to pitch. And pitching is an art. And so Jocelyn yesterday ran a full-day bootcamp with all of the startups that are going to be pitching, not just ours. So this is one of the ways that we like to give back and contribute to the larger ecosystem. It was mentioned earlier, iHub is a partner in Enrich in Africa. We're very proud to be part of that. The unconferences and the SafariX experience that was mentioned. It's an amazing opportunity for us to sit in very small settings with investors in the ecosystem and talk about what founders need to go through this journey. Because in many cases, we're one of the first formal programs to interact with the startups. We see what the startups' needs are. And we also understand as an accelerator what's the best way to achieve a significant amount of growth in short periods of time. And obviously, we can't do that by ourselves. So we're able to sit in these informal settings. There's a number of the folks that were at SafariX, I see in the room here, and sit one-on-one and really have candid conversations. Yesterday, some of the founders came and we were asking them the question, hey, what are you frustrated by? You've had interactions with some of the investors, hopefully not any of the ones that are here, but investors like this, what could work better? What's not great about the way that the investor process works? And we got really honest and vulnerable feedback that investors were able to take and say, okay, hey, there's ways that we can improve upon that. Christophe's going to talk a little bit more later about some of the programs we do with Digital Collective Africa and some of the other initiatives where we are all, Africa is very unique in the sense that because it's such a small ecosystem and we're at such a nascent stage on the growth curve, we all have a vested interest in making it work better together. And there's just an incredible sense of collaboration in that sense. So we're very proud to be here. Thanks very much, Christophe. And we'll look forward to the boot camp in the pitch session later.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you so much. Let's give him a hand. That's cool. Philip from Startup Bootcamp. Christophe Bernard, thank you so much for the conversation. Now, I am going to invite Mike Mompi. Mike is such an individual. He's a character. You have to get to know him. He's going to be giving us the keynote. And I think Mike, can I just ask you to come on real quick, just for a second, because before you do your keynote, yeah, I know, right? It's a thing. Before we do, let's step back a little bit, just a little bit. Before we get into the keynote now, we had a bit of a chat just a little bit ago, and Philip has actually spoken to it right now. The relationship between startups and investors has changed over the last couple of years. Previously, startups would predominantly kind of dance their way into having investors look at them and pay attention to what they're doing, but that's changed. There's a little bit of an attitude now. It's not that startups don't do the things they need to do, it's just they're better now. They're much more international level. You're finding African startups on the NASDAQ. Things like that are the target. IPO is the win. Whereas before, just having a meaningful business was the win. From your point of view, as somebody who's put money in very interesting companies in the continent, in the region, in the space, what's the difference in the attitude that you feel startups have now than your predecessors, investors investing in startups, saw a few years ago, just as we get into this conversation?
Good question. So, hi, everyone. It has swung in one direction and swung back a little bit. Mm-hmm. So previously, there was not nearly enough capital on the continent going into founders, into companies, into startups. And then over the past 24, 36 months, so a lot of quantitative easing, very low interest rates, capital was looking for yield somewhere. And a lot of that was going to private markets. Right. Also, global perception of the continent of Africa was shifting. So people were seeing more opportunity here to back businesses. Yeah. So rather than an entrepreneur needing to beg investors,
which is what they used
for a
to
meeting, which was what they used to do. Sometimes it still happens. If an investor didn't respond within 24 hours with an offer to invest, then they'd say, well, you're not interested. There are other people who are willing to move faster. Yeah. So I think it's healthy that we've seen more capital and more interest in African startups, and at the same time, we still think it's very important for there to be strong fundamentals, for people to really understand the businesses that they're building, for the businesses to have a qualified demand for investment capital, and for the investors to really make not kind of short-term trading without decisions, but long-term decisions to build, to invest in businesses that are building
long-term value. State of tech in East Africa versus the rest of Africa is what he's going to be talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give Mike Mompi from Enza a hand. Let's go, bro.
Thank you all. So that was the title that was given to me to present. I'm kind of going to present that, kind of not. So my name is Mike Mompi. I'm a co-founder and general partner at Enza Capital, and very happy to be here. So thank you all for joining us. So I've titled this Musings on the State of VC and Tech in East Africa. So as an investor, my bias is going to be coming from the investor side. That's where I spend most of my time. I am an entrepreneur as well, but that is the perspective that I'll be bringing onto East Africa, but also the state of African tech more generally. So thank you to Chris, Ropa, Nathaniel. I know you guys have been grinding hard to put this together. It hasn't been easy, and thanks everyone for joining today. So I just want to start with a quick introduction to Enza. So Enza is a verb. It's Zulu. It means to build, to make, and to create. And we back founders and teams using technology to solve large and meaningful problems across Africa. I'm not sure if I need this or if it's too close to my mouth.
Bring it closer to you so that
closer.
Yeah, because the volume is really high. To come. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tony. And we're a multi-stage venture firm, and we're investing in category-defining companies across the continent of Africa in logistics, financial services, health, human capital, and climate-smart solutions. And then we're investing from pre-seed, so first check into founders and teams, through to Series B. Those early checks tend to be in repeat founders, and we're investing from about $250K to about $5 million on a first check. So that's a brief introduction to Enza Capital. I'm based here with the core team in Nairobi, Kenya, so we're happy to chat with them as well. So there were a few comments on the size of the investment market. I don't want to spend too much time talking about capital, but it is an indicator of activity of maturity of the system. So I will touch on that. In 2020, thank you very much. In 2020, Latin America saw about $4.6 billion of capital invested in the venture ecosystem. Southeast Asia saw about $8.2 billion. And we heard earlier today that I think as of yesterday or by the end of Q3, there was about $4 billion already invested in the venture system on the continent. $4.2 billion is what was invested in 2021. So we're making good progress. There's a lot that's happening. There's activity, and that's encouraging. Now, many of you know, so I'm going to give some of these very generic statistics that everyone knows. By 2050, it's expected that we'll have about 2.5 billion people on the continent of Africa. It's going to be 26% of the global population at that time. It's a lot of people. Now, I'm not sure if you can see this, but why are we sitting down here? This is African venture, LATAM, Europe, Asia, USA. I won't get into the details of the why the numbers are low, but I think what this speaks to is the opportunity. If you have over a quarter of the population on the planet, you have fantastic educational institutions, you have governments who are pushing to see more innovation. We have investors locally and globally who are willing to back and to build businesses on the continent. We know that this is only going to increase. And we have a lot of things that are blowing in our direction. So population growth, 2.5% year on year. Venture funding, 5.2% growth since 2015. Venture transactions, economic growth. So we see that rebounding as well, more swiftly than developed economies. Internet penetration, about 10% annualized growth. And unicorns. We have quite a few African unicorns. So these are private companies that are valued at over $1 billion. Now, I don't think it would be fair to talk about the potential that we have without talking about the headwinds. So macroeconomics, we see debt to GDP ratios rising. We see interest rates increasing. We're seeing weakening of African currencies due to quantitative easing, printing of the dollar by the US, and those interest rates going up. And that's going to hurt. And we've seen it take a toll on a lot of our economies already. We're rebounding already this year. And what we do see, this yellow line is emerging economies, and we can put the East African and the African ecosystem more in that bucket. And we will see a bit of a divergence where we will rebound more strongly than a lot of the more developed markets. We are starting at a lower base, so there's a lot more of a way to travel. So this is a map of the ecosystem. So I want to thank the big deal guys. So the two masters. So if anyone wants any of this information or the data, you can get it from the big deal database. I'll speak to Kenya specifically. So number 4, as the hub of the East African ecosystem in terms of venture funding on the continent. But we do know that it's dominated by Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya's coming in at number 4. Investment follows innovation and ecosystem maturity and market potential. Now, I want to dive into East Africa a little bit further. So East Africa can be defined in different ways. We talked about the East African corridor. Often it's based on the cities. So you have Nairobi, Kigali, Kampala, and Dar as some of the key cities where we're seeing venture activity, technology activity as well. Not sure if you can see this chart. What I will point out here is that this blue line is venture investment in Kenya, and this one here is Nigeria. So what we saw is that initially Kenya was one of the leaders on par with Nigeria, in fact, in terms of activity. And I speak about investment dollars in venture because it speaks to the technology ecosystem, the maturity, and the potential of those markets. And so we've seen it rebound. We've seen it pass Egypt, South Africa, and I don't know if it's going to reach Nigeria levels, but I'm going to focus on Kenya more than on the other countries in East Africa just because this is where I live. I think most of you are also from here, and it's really the leader in the region. So I want to ask you a question. Average cost of 1 gigabyte of mobile data. Does anyone know what the cost is here in Kenya? Okay, let me ask you a simpler question. Is it higher in Kenya or is it higher in South Africa? Okay, good. Okay, so Lower cost of data. So we've got a few things going for us. The Nigerian flag is shaped differently to the other flags. I don't know what the aspect ratio of it is, but it's just slightly different. Disposable income. Higher in Kenya or higher in Nigeria? Sorry? Kenya? Who thinks Kenya? Raise your hand. Who thinks Nigeria? Raise your hand. And so all those people who haven't raised their hands, that means you don't know, or you're too scared to put yourself out there. Well, an interesting stat is that a lot of people look at Nigeria as one of the biggest, most exciting markets on the continent because of the population. But population doesn't necessarily mean market size. How many people in a country of over 200 million have an annual household income over $10,000? Who wants to throw out a number? Tony. Okay, Tony's correct. 1%, about 2 million people. Yeah, you can clap for Tony. Well done, well done, well done. Yeah, fantastic. Disposable income is actually estimated to be higher in Kenya than it is in Nigeria, which actually speaks to a lot of the opportunity, because we know that for many African markets, when companies are selling into large populations, the discretionary income is low, which means people are deciding between food, data, transport, family expenses. So that disposable income figure is actually quite important and something to think about. Literacy rates. So that's the Egyptian flag. These are the people who invented hieroglyphics. Excuse me for spitting. Hieroglyphics, right? Early. Which one has a higher literacy rate? Kenya or Egypt? Okay, you guys got the pattern. So 81.5% versus 71.2%. So I want to talk about some of the ingredients that lead to a robust ecosystem. What enables technology, businesses to thrive? What brings investors to an ecosystem? And what can drive outcomes for all the stakeholders involved? So who knows what this acronym stands for? Very famous, very well known. Anyone who's working in technology and venture should know this. It's not, no, I just kind of invented it, actually. So talent, mentors, investors, incubators, universities, government, entrepreneurs, big opportunities, and service providers. If you look at any tech ecosystem in the world, they will have all of these elements. And it's not that they will just have these and that they will be sitting there passively, that people will invest and intentionally think about how to maximize talent. How do you bring in mentors? How do you attract investors as capital? How does government set policy that enables a healthy investment environment so we're not scared of intervention, in ways that might be detrimental to the companies that we're building and backing? Who knows what this is? Yes. The beautiful Mount Kenya. So there's other things that I think, I'm going to propose something here, and I think it would be very difficult to have a conference on technology and venture capital in East Africa, specifically in Nairobi, Kenya, without touching on this point. Mount Kenya, beautiful. A lot of people come here from Mount Kenya. The coast, one of the most beautiful coasts in the world. A lot of people come here for the coast. Safari. There was a group of investors yesterday on safari. A lot of people come here for the safaris as well. I'm going to propose something. Now, this is dangerous territory, because what is one of the big debates in the technology ecosystem here in Kenya? Anyone? That is definitely part of the debate. I love that this is where the debate is. We have a lot of well-funded, large technology companies that are hiring tech talent, making it more expensive for startups to hire, to attract and retain talent to build the businesses. Any other debates that we see coming up frequently when it comes to funding and venture in Kenya? Yeah? Yeah, okay, good. I love it. Yeah, valuations. It's very expensive, right? And if a valuation is too high at the start, it makes it even harder to return capital, which makes the decision for an investor to back a business even more challenging. Anything else? Yes.
Local versus expatriate.
Oh, no. Okay. Oop, I opened a can of worms. Local versus expatriate founders. Very dangerous for me to actually stand on stage and talk about this. The fact is that it's real. It is a problem. I'm standing here as a Ghanaian who's lived and worked in 4 continents, speaking to a room full of primarily Kenyans, but everyone who's also non-Kenyan, who's building here, who's committed to creating value here and solving problems through business investment or through the ecosystem. So I'll share my perspective, a personal view on this debate. The best teams and the best people to solve problems are going to be diverse. We know that globally. We know that knowledge of local context is absolutely critical. If you fly in here from wherever, not necessarily knowing how to build a business and not knowing about the problem, it's unlikely to work. There's a recent example in the ecosystem where we saw that take place. I'm not going to talk the name of the business. However, if you've only ever seen one small market, let's say you've grown up and spent your life in Mombasa, you've never been to Nairobi, it will be very challenging to build and launch a business in Nairobi. So what do? You partner with someone in Nairobi. What about scaling to Lagos? Very hard to fly into Lagos and to build a business there if you're expanding from Kenya. So one of the things we have seen is local commitment, local context, as well as global perspectives and views of excellence and execution make the best teams. And it's not an either or. Again, sharing a personal view. It's not that we either back locals or we either back founders. We're looking for the best people and the best teams to solve these problems. And that's where the opportunity lies. In the US, of all the unicorns in the market, 55% were founded by immigrant founders. There's something about a perspective that you're bringing into a market without looking from inside out, but outside in. That means you can identify opportunities that might not exist, but building in concert with local insight and talent and otherwise. So I mentioned this point on diversity and collaboration. So important to address this point because this is one of the big nuances of the East African ecosystem. Build diverse teams and collaborate with each other. Very important. One of the things, now a little bit of self-promotion. So at Enza Capital, we saw that this was an issue when it comes to talent. So one of the things that we decided to do was set up a venture fellowship program where we created an online course as well as brought in a lot of the actors in the tech and venture ecosystem across the continent to run a 6-month program for half of the cohort were individuals who never left Kenya, and the other half were people who had direct exposure, access to the continent, to the markets, but who were doing MBAs at kind of Stanford, Oxford, and MIT. And we put everyone together, and they collaborated. They taught each other, they learned from each other, and many of them had ended up in funds and ecosystem providers in the space. Actually, we ended up hiring one of the individuals who came through the fellowship, Eugene. And a little bit more self-promotion. This is the curriculum. So also for anyone who wants to apply to that fellowship, wants to learn more about venture capital, or if you know people who might want to do that, then feel free to let them know. We'll be running the next cohorts, starting it at the end of Q1 next year. So I want to pose a few questions. Now, many of us are here answering these questions. How do we best provide access to working capital for entrepreneurs who make up the majority of our economy? How do we streamline the quality, visibility, and consistency of supply chain for SMEs? How do we finance productive assets for willing workers to generate more income? How do we decrease the friction and related costs of financial transactions in the economy? How do we increase home ownership and quality of life for mortgages? Only 20,000 mortgages since Kenya's independence have been issued. Home ownership is life-changing. You have an asset, you can borrow against it, you can leverage that, you can set up a business. Now, how do we solve these problems? I want to Peng, Hustle Salsa. How do you enable sellers to sell, to engage, to run their business using social media platforms? How do we solve these problems using technology? How do you create transparency and increase appropriate access to higher education and skills development for students across Africa? There's maybe one or two more questions. I could go all day. How do you increase Africa's role in the fight against a global climate catastrophe? For centuries, the continent has been pillaged of its resources. And then we have a global north who is emitting carbon at levels far beyond what the whole of the continent is emitting on a per capita basis, many multiples beyond. Where is the innovation to monetize the natural lands and the maintenance of sustainable agriculture to provide some of that income from the polluters through to the farmer, for example? There are a lot of opportunities that exist, and I think in solving these problems is where we have huge opportunity to build businesses as venture investors to back these problems and ultimately create massive value. And it's important to remember that as humans, we are not thinking machines that feel, we are feeling machines that think. A lot of us start with that feeling. What is the problem I want to solve? And then we apply thought, logic, and strategy to that. And it's hard. I debated whether or not I should make a slide that just says hard. But stay with me. It is incredibly difficult to build a successful business. It is incredibly difficult to hire a team, to let people go if it's not working, to decide to shut down a business if you know you're not actually going to be able to make it with that model. It's hard to build a nation. It's hard to solve these problems. But for us, for the entrepreneurs in this room, we know that in solving these problems, in building these businesses, we can build the Africa that is the one that we dream of, the one that we know that can exist, and the one that is very real. Grind. It's a grind. How many here are entrepreneurs? Who's building a business? Okay. Who's an investor? And entrepreneurs, investors, keep your hand up if this is an easy job. Okay. Okay. We've got the LPs in the room. It's difficult, right? And we are deciding to do this difficult work, not because it's hard, but because we're the only ones who can do it. It's a grind, right? And the people who are grinding the hardest in a, health and wellness and for the Gen Zs out there, don't burn out, don't work too hard. But for those who are grinding the hardest and the smartest, we're actually going to change the future of the continent. We're going to change lives. We're going to change the way that people think about the continent. So last few points. If I think about the ingredients, one of the key ingredients is capital. As a venture investor, yes, we talk about money, capital, venture capital. There's intellectual capital. There's human capital. It's about building people. It's about raising capital to fuel a business. It's about having the insight, the ideas, and the strategy, perhaps from a market or from another market, to grow that organization. And I do want to, maybe not a warning, but one thing we've seen is that people are very driven by press releases. And most of the press about the technology ecosystem in Africa is about fundraisers, which can be exciting. As an entrepreneur, I've raised money from angels and then from a big fund, Oxford Ventures in London, when I was an entrepreneur. And it's exciting. However, we need to ensure that we're not distracted by building businesses to raise capital. Where someone sees an opportunity, they think I can attract capital for this opportunity. We need to raise capital to build businesses. It's a tool, and it's one of many tools, and it's not success in of itself. Few key insights. Entrepreneurs, you'll win if you help people save money, help people make more money, make people's lives easier and higher quality. We've talked about this. Diverse teams deliver better results. Raising money is not equivalent to success. VC is not right for all businesses or models. VC, in terms of the whole market, is a slice. There's debt capital, there's revenue share, and sometimes there's just revenue, building a business on revenue, which is, I think, one of the most exciting ways to build a business, which goes against the whole business side that I run. Population size does not equal opportunity size. We talked about this. High growth startups, what we're seeing, think about cities and not countries. So people are thinking about highly dense urban areas or peri-urban areas rather than reaching a whole country. Selling a business for $10 million is more difficult than raising $10 million. Selling a business is tough. Exiting a business is difficult. Tony mentioned IPOs. Everyone's talking about IPOs. 2% of exits in Africa are IPOs. 23% private equity and financial buyers, 44% trade buyers, 30% private sales and management buyouts. So if your only route is IPO, the probability of that is low based on the statistics. I hope that some or maybe all of you will reach that. We'd be very happy for any of our portfolio companies to IPO. Just bear in mind that is still a very challenging and unproven route to exit. So I'm going to wrap up. I just want to highlight the massive opportunity that exists in solving large and meaningful problems on the continent of Africa. I want to thank all the investors, all the entrepreneurs, all the ecosystem providers, because none of us would be here if it weren't for the entrepreneurs. Investors, I wouldn't have a job. LPs wouldn't be investing in funds. The accountants, the lawyers, the accelerators, none of us would exist if it weren't for the individuals who are really taking that leap and building the businesses. I just love the team. So I just want to put a slide here that shows some of the team. It's all about the people. I'm an entrepreneur. My partner also built and sold a business as an entrepreneur. We know it's all about the people. Our business is about people. The business you're building is about people. And I think if I bring it back to the East African opportunity, we have fantastic people, fantastic human capital, and a lot of opportunity to really, I think, become and maintain as a leader, not just on the continent, but globally. Thank you all. Mike Monty from Enza Capital, and that's it for me.
Well done, Mike. You even know what's happening. I'm going to ask you to take a seat. Please sit over here. Wasn't that nice? Let's give him a hand. Yes, Christophe. Is yours on?
Let's allow a few questions from us.
Yes, that's right. Voila. You see? Sort of question. Does anyone have a question? I have a question. I'll ask him later, but it's my friend. Does anyone have a question, a specific one that you'd like to ask Mike? You see some big numbers over there. I have one in terms of can I stand? Do you understand or you understand? What is it? I spend too much time sitting on airplanes. So let me stand. Let me ask one. So we talked about disposable income compared to Kenya to Nigeria. Talked about the way just because I have a lot of people doesn't mean that the accessible market or addressable market or the TAM is there. Yet they are hammering us when it comes to almost every metric. What's wrong? Because we have better statistics, but they have better financial output.
So culture plays a role. I initially thought that I would be building a venture in Ghana. However, instead of breakfast meeting at 8, people show up at 12:30 looking for lunch. Oh, hey, where's lunch? Very slow. You don't do that? No. I'm giving you. So this is not Kenya. No, very different. Nairobi's like the New York. Also, if you look at Nigeria, there's never been a debate about foreign founders versus local founders. Has anyone ever heard that debate? Ever? No. Because only go to Lagos, the great companies really want that. Yeah. Only go to Lagos. It's extreme in Lagos. You don't go for the soft life. Yeah. You don't go for Diani or Kibiti. You don't go for the safari. You go and you strap up, right?
But that doesn't explain why they're doing better in India.
I'm just telling you a story.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you a story.
Okay.
Let me answer the question. Thank you for holding me to that. I wouldn't say they're doing better, right? So if you look at an indicator of capital raise, yes, they're raising more capital. if you look at the highest educated immigrant group in America, you know who that is?
Nigerians.
Nigerians. There is something that is culturally very ambitious and hungry about the culture. I think the U.S. also puts a very high bar on immigration to Nigeria. That leads into it. But you can't generalize. I think it's unfair to generalize.
Is it maybe a volumes game?
So what has happened is that I think a lot of the global market, we've seen a lot of global capital come into Nigeria. Yeah. If you were to strip out global capital, which does not understand the market, like the local capital, a lot of them will assume that population equals opportunity. Yeah. Right?
The total addressable market conundrum.
Also, a lot of stuff works in Kenya. Right? If you want to pay with card, it works. Safaricom has dominated digital money. Right? And Pesa is an innovation that people have been speaking about globally, right? For years, because it works. It's 52 million people at the end of last year now using Pesa, right? In Kenya. In Nigeria, you're trying to buy water, like card 1, now decline. Card 2, no decline. Card 3, I just have to run out of the store with the water, otherwise I'll die. So it's tough in Lagos. I was there last week.
Yeah.
That's
what you did?
Don't tell anyone. Is this being recorded?
He's a water fugitive.
Is this being recorded?
Thieving Nigerian water, I'm telling you.
So I think, look, time will tell.
Yeah.
One thing we have seen is that, initially a lot of businesses in Kenya expected that they would expand Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, perhaps. Yeah. But we're also seeing a lot of businesses are launching in Nairobi, maybe going to Mombasa, but then going to Kampala, Lagos, right? A lot of people are going. And we see more businesses successfully coming from Nigeria to Kenya than going from Kenya. Again, this is very, very difficult. They're throwing themselves at the opportunity. And I think there's a little bit less to do.
It's a long-term game, so let's see how it's going to play out in the long term. Anyone else have any questions for Mike before we send him down into a panel? No? Where? Did I see? Oh, sorry. There's a wall between you and I.
Hi, Mike. Thanks for the presentation. That was fantastic. So my question is, this is my first time in East Africa, and I think in the room we've got startups from Uganda, we've got startups from Ethiopia. And I know your presentation was focused on Kenya, but I'm still very curious, from your VC perspective, what can be done to actually also encourage growth? Do you think it's important to encourage growth in these other markets, and what can actually be done to support the entrepreneurs who are building in these smaller markets?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I'm not best positioned to answer what can be done. I mean, we spent time looking at opportunities and thinking about the macro. There are often challenges when it comes to putting money into a country and then taking it out of a country. And because we're investing in multiple countries across the continent, we need to think about expanding and then coming out, right? And so those are some of the challenges that exist with Ethiopia in particular. However, there's massive opportunities, right, that do exist. And so I'm probably not best positioned to talk about what can and should be done because I'm not exposed to this market. But if there's anyone here who has thoughts or views on what can be done, I'm happy to hand over the mic.
Nice. So I am, Philippe, there you go. Mm-hmm.
Not to answer that question, but actually throw another one at that might be more specific to your presentation. You said that every startup shouldn't be raising capital. I'm curious, like when startups have come to you, are there scenarios, names, but where you've actually said, don't raise capital now, or don't, go, here's a better pathway for success. Maybe eventually raise capital, but now's not your time. Maybe that would be useful insights to share.
Absolutely. So I think, especially last year, there were businesses who were cash flow positive, which means that they were generating enough cash to pay people, to buy goods, to have working capital for inventory. And, but they saw the press releases. They saw competitors or people in a similar or parallel market raising money, being celebrated. Very easy to have the conversation and say, if I were in your shoes, I've run a business, I've raised money. If I were in your shoes, I would not raise venture investment, right? Because as a venture investor, the reality is that we have investors who have put money into our funds, and we tell them that we, over 10 years, probably want to triple, quadruple, quintuple the size of that capital. And maybe someone wants to double or triple the capital over 10 years in their business. And maybe they don't want to sell it to the highest bidder, right? Maybe they just want to continue running it. So I don't think venture capital fits everyone. It's fantastic because investors come with insight. Right? My partner and co-founder, he raised money from Sequoia Capital. He sold his business to Microsoft, and he's learned a lot through that journey, right? That can kind of help entrepreneurs who are going through that journey as well. But there are also ways to bring in advisors to support, to provide insights, make introductions, where they're not actually bringing in capital. So yeah, it's something that we advise when we don't think it fits. Absolutely.
All right. Oh, I would love to, but now I need you to sit down because we're going to have Mike, sit over here. We're going to have a panel conversation. I'm going to be having Mike speak a little bit more. And the topic we're going to be discussing is optimizing the Kenyan technology ecosystem as a driver of East African growth through learning, collaboration, and best practice. So Mike is obviously our first guest. The other two guests I'm going to be pulling up are Jocelyn Yanguse from Enrich in Africa. She's around here someplace. Jocelyn, where you at? I saw her a few minutes ago. Jocelyn? Maybe she ran out. You get her? Okay, good. And I'm really looking forward to this. Shruti. Is Shruti here? Yes, Shruti. Come on. There we go. The two ladies. Please get on stage. Shruti Chandrasekhar is from IFC. She's Startup Catalyst and SME Ventures Lead. Pick any seat. Pick any seat you like. Pick any seat you like. There you go. So, wow, Shruti's coming. Keep coming. There you go. Have a seat. Nice. Thank you. Just let's check our mics. Make sure all our mics are working. There's an on button. Check. Yeah, 1, 2. This is good.
Hi.
There you go. Shruti. Okay, just check again. Jocelyn, is yours good?
Yeah.
That's not good. Let's get another one. Yes, let's get another microphone.
Thank you.
I still know. Is that right? Okay. Let's switch places. Come sit on mine. Let's see if mine changes. I'm special. Test mic. Yes, it's worked. Let's see if yours work.
Hi, everybody. Maybe it's not off. Hi.
So, let's see. Yeah?
No, this one's working.
That's working.
Yeah,
there you go. So, Mike, we'll just share mine if yours falls apart. Okay. So we've had what you've had to say with your nice presentation, Mike, and a little number in the middle. That's how I do my presentations now. And we're talking about optimizing the Kenyan tech ecosystem as a driver of East African growth through learning, collaboration, and best practice. Let's do a little bit of a 2-minute intro. You already know who you are, so we'll skip you. And I'm the host. That's fine. You'll see me today and tomorrow, so we'll skip me as well. Shruti, do you mind us if we start with you? Just give us a little bit of background of who you are, and then just throw a 2-minute conversation around this topic, and then we'll come out to you, Justin. All right? Yeah. That mic works? Is that mic working? Is it on? Check if it's on. Is that light? No, it's on. No. Here, take this. Test. Yes. Now it works. Wow.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Sophie Chandrasekhar. I am with the IFC.
You know, you see these silver things? You see the shady stuff? This is it.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Shruti. I'm with the IFC. I lead our private equity and venture capital business for Africa. IFC is a fairly active investor in this space. We mostly invest through funds. So we would invest in a private equity fund or venture capital fund who then invests in companies. We also invest directly, but it's a much smaller portion of our program. We think it went off. Oh, there's back. We have a portfolio of around 2 billion across the continent. I'd say roughly evenly spread out across North, East, South, and West. We're a double bottom line investor. We're looking for financial return, but we're also seeking impact. My background, I've been investing in this space for over 15 years globally. I was in California for a while and then moved around Asia and Africa. And yeah, I love seeing the success stories emerge out of what we do. We like to see entrepreneurs succeed and to see entrepreneurs build businesses that really can make change in the market. And happy to chat with anyone here who's interested and wants to know more. He said something else. I forget what it was. Okay. Something about the tech ecosystem. Okay. And I think Mike's been talking about this morning, and I think it's so critical. I think we're consistently chasing the valuation game, which I don't think is a winning game, right? Because there's so much in terms of like raising capital that's out of your control. And if you're consistently chasing, I'm going to raise capital to get that next big valuation, and then the markets turn, you're a little bit screwed, right? So I always say, try and build a sustainable business. Figure out what it means for you, right? How can you actually meaningfully help a business grow in revenues and bottom line in a manner in which you can sort of access growth? Like the California way is grow the business. Don't care about how much money you burn. I think in Africa, it can work sometimes, but not always, because there isn't the same flows of capital. So I would say when you're thinking about the tech ecosystem, look at, it's nice to see more and more capital come in, but don't be just driven by the headline of, I want to be unicorn or unicorn or whatever other corn, but be driven by, I want to build a good business.
Okay, I don't know how I can follow up to that incredible stuff. So my name is Joss, and I am part of the team at Startup Bootcamp AfriTech. We scout, scale, and scale African startups, so early stage African startups. And we have a campus in Dakar. We have a very pan-African outlook, and that is reflected in everything that we do. We select 10 startups. I think my co-founder, Philip, has said about it, my CEO. He mentioned that we select 10 startups out of over 2,000 applicants. And so obviously it's the best of the best on the continent. And then we accelerate them for about 13 weeks, but the acceleration continues. We have a portfolio of over 50 startups who have collectively raised about 150 million since we started the program in 2017. My background, so I am the storytelling and marketing lead, and I think that's why I'm here. Everybody keeps talking about how the story is very important. And I think my perspective on the whole Nigeria thing, I was there last week as well. And yes, the hustle is real in Nigeria, but they also know how to tell their story really well. So a Nigerian can sell you ice and you're in the middle of Alaska and you buy it. That's the kind of hustle the Nigerians have. And I think because of the numbers as well, 206 million people is a large number, and it's a very competitive landscape. So I'm very excited to know what is going to happen in the Kenyan ecosystem. We have about 8 Kenyan startups, and they're doing quite well. Some of them have even managed to launch in Senegal, based on our partnerships and everything like that. So the scaling component, I feel, is also very important, in as much as the disposable income part of things is also quite good. I think scaling into Francophone Africa is also quite an avenue that a lot of startups can utilize. So
All right, let's get into it. Oh, thank you, ladies. Let's give them a hand. I always like hearing, this is so good. I'm like, you should just be quiet, Mike. We've spoken a bit. Okay, so here's the issue. Let's just play the issue on the table. Zanzibar is here. You've seen that? Have you seen Zanzibar? You seen what Zanzibar is doing? Should I update you? Zanzibar. So Zanzibar is here, and what Zanzibar has done is basically it's done a couple of things. One, it's removed. I believe that the business gains tax is done. There's none like that. Your pay tax has been taken down from what I think was 30% to 13%. Startup capital, when you get into Zanzibar, you have, I believe it's 12 months or 18 months of no tax payment. It doesn't matter the size of the business you have. So Wasoko, for example, has got, which is downstairs, third floor. You can go pick them for me if you like, have moved or are moving the offices to Zanzibar, and they're bringing a lot of other companies in there. And there's conversations of other Kenyan companies moving in that direction. It's made it, and this was the coolest one. So when you get to Kenya and you have a foreigner or an expat who wants to come into your business, it takes an average of a year to 2 years to get a work permit. And you have to prove to the immigration department that whatever the person is coming to do in your company, no other Kenyan can do. There's values to that, obviously. But in Zanzibar, you just show up and you're like, I'm here on a startup, you get a letter from the startup, and you get a work permit for 2 years. A lot of these things are going to start shipping, and plus they have a beach. Just chill. It's nice. If you've not been to Zanzibar, you should go. It's very nice. It's beautiful, it's nice, and it's interesting. That's the first thing. But the second thing I think, which is also worth mentioning as we talk about the Kenyan tech ecosystem, is, and to your earlier point, and now to your point, we're seeing a lot of companies that are foreign founded and foreign funded being the juggernauts or the mammoths in the country. And we're finding that a lot of tech startups that are natively Kenyan, if there's ever a word like that, I don't believe in the difference, but natively Kenyan, aren't being able to bubble up top because of the skill set that those local founders have versus foreign founders. You have a Stanford kid coming through with his best homie who went to Harvard and the sister who was in Yale, and they start a shop up here. It's going to be very tough for a Kenyan who has graduated from some polytechnic, who has the same concept, to pull it off the way it's supposed to. And chances are you will invest in that much faster than you will in the company that comes out of there. So those are the two things that I'm looking at. One is policy and opportunities that Zanzibar and countries like this are opening up to, but the other is also skill set. And those two things, in my opinion, are drowning the tech ecosystem. So even as we talk about learning, collaboration, and best practice, to be honest, I'm not out here as a startup to try and help somebody else grow their business. I'm out here to try and grind and build my own. So how do we fix that problem? I put it over there, so I just want you to know it's there. Who?
So you're absolutely right, right? The competitive landscape or the level that people are starting at is not equal, right? But there are ways in which that can become equal, right? Yes, there is. I'd say information is a huge equalizer, right? And I think the benefit of the really good schools in the world is they teach people how to learn more than anything else, right? And so that is sort of what you need. And that's something that someone can teach themselves. It's not easy, right? Now, if you have a problem figuring out how to go about solving it, most of the times the information that will help you get through that path is available now, especially with MOOCs and the internet and other resources that are free to access. That exists. I think it's two things that I think are sort of what's a little bit limiting. One is the confidence level. Yeah. People don't feel that they can, I guess, stand up in that same way, right? And where someone who's been through a prominent education system has got that confidence, right? And it starts from knowing, I got in, and then it builds from there. And someone who hasn't been through that journey, getting that confidence boost is not easy, right? And I think maybe that's where, like you mentioned, culture, the Nigerian Kenyan difference could show up. You can ask a Nigerian a question, they will give you an answer, right? Very confidently. Exactly, right? And I'm not saying that's a good thing, it has its own pitfalls, but I think it's that confidence, I think, is the first thing and we have to figure out how we enable that. The second thing, Mike had sort of addressed it in his pyramid structure of like what are all the aspects that feed into enabling sort of an ecosystem. And one thing that I think, like when I look at California, or even if I look at India, what happened was you had a good school that was turning out talent. You had companies that the talent could then go into and get jobs. Because a lot of what you learn and the training that you get is not just in class, right? It's on the job. And the entrepreneurs who start a company after having had some experience often succeed more than people straight out of school, right? Because they've seen other people do it. They've learned things on the job. And so in California, you had Stanford, you had HP and Xerox, and that sort of created this ecosystem where people were getting educated, were getting jobs, the education was continuing on the job, then they were leaving and starting, right? And that sort of perpetuates. Then there was Google, then there was Facebook, And India, you started seeing the same thing after Flipkart really took off. You had the schools, you had the IITs in India, and then you had Flipkart that created like, I don't know, thousands of product managers who then went to other companies. So I sort of think that there are ways in which an ecosystem can change that. One is, companies that Mike's invested in or companies that have been to Startup Bootcamp succeed themselves, and that creates this sort of virtuous cycle of people, right? And that's sort of our goal as it is IFC, is to sort of enable that. And so you have the schools, which I think is more of a public sector effort to improve. And then you have a confidence level, which I think is personal more than anything else. Access to information, I think, exists. And then the last piece I would say is having these companies that are employing talented people, trained people, but taking them to the next level to then become
That's a challenge for a bit in the country, and I want to know what folks think on this side. But shall we go over that?
Yeah, sure. So for me, I totally agree. And in terms of the things that need to be done, so that holistic effort is very important because it starts from a very young age. Our children are not taught to be entrepreneurial. So you're taught that being a medical doctor, being an engineer is everything, as opposed to being an entrepreneur, just having an entrepreneurial mindset in anything you do, even if you want to be a doctor or anything like that. So I think with our experience because we have this melting pot of startups, we have obviously most of our applicants are from Nigeria, but then we also have quite a lot of prolific Kenyan startups who have joined our program. We have noticed that whole character difference as well. So there's some sort of, I can't call it arrogance that Nigerians have, but then they're very forceful, right? And Kenyans are very soft. I'm Zimbabwean, so I know Zimbabweans and Kenyans are very similar. And so we're very soft when it comes to our approach, when it comes to things. And so that also has really helped their ecosystem evolve because they're very go-getting. And Kenya's like that, but also that whole problem that everybody has been alluding to, that a lot of expats are coming in and building really prolific startups, and then they're the ones who everybody invests in. But the biggest thing that I feel is going to solve that is having investors who look like us, then investing in our homegrown solutions. So if I went to a university that is local, I'm at a disadvantage if an investor is coming from Silicon Valley. But if that same investor is coming from a Kenyan university, maybe they can relate to how I'm going to approach the problem that I'm solving. So I feel that creating homegrown solutions, having an ecosystem that is built from Kenya is going to make a very big difference in how the ecosystem evolves.
Mike.
Been well said by my fellow panelists. I think just two other points. One, building a business is risky, and for nations, economies who are just coming into wealth or generational wealth, it's very easy, like for Mark Zuckerberg, parents who are incredibly wealthy, to quit university and go, you can't. Like, how many, young, bright Africans who might be first generation university goers, whose parents would allow them to drop out for the business? None, or next to none. Very dangerous. And it is, and there's also a responsibility, right? Like, you are starting to make it, again, as a young African, have a large family, you're kind of one of the cities that broke through. There's a lot of people who are looking for not just capital, but support, right? So I think that is one nuance, and that will just take time as we continue to back. I think the most important thing, though, is exit. So entrepreneurs who are building businesses, getting cash out of those businesses and reinvesting. Happening so starting to see it, Aboyeti, and some of that kind of what it is for building fun, smart people. We'll start to see that more in Kenya as long as they don't go to Zanzibar and buy boats houses, not reinvest.
I would, but that's just me. Any questions so far before we go into the next question? Anyone wants to add something to that? Yes. Liz, I don't know if you have a microphone, so I'm just going to give you mine.
Yeah. Thank you so much. My name is Ronald Mguiga. I'm the CEO of Accelerator. My question is about the branding between the, I would say, African founders, and then we have seen startups that have, let's say, two co-founders, one from Africa and one from Europe or US. It's live so fast, and we've seen startups that have only one. Let's own co-founders all from Africa, not being at the same rate. So, what do you think brings that?
Not being at the same rate.
And when the difference between a hybrid team and a local team. Hybrid teams tend to accelerate much faster than local teams do.
So, is your question how do we see them as different, or what is the fundamental difference?
Answer both of those.
Yeah, so it depends on the people. So, I think the challenge of, we talk about kind of Africa. What is Africa? Is it a passport? Is it a color? Is it an identity? Is it an understanding? Is it a commitment? So I think those are all very important nuances to bear in mind. And I think we oversimplify it sometimes. So a practical difference is someone comes from outside of the continent, right, to build a business here. They have connections outside of the continent. Yeah. One of the most unfortunate things in the African ecosystem is that the people who have the money here are not investing in the ecosystem, right? They're building properties, they're hiding their money, they're taking it offshore. People who amass wealth in Africa are doing everything they can to get the money outside Africa. And so I think we also do need to give kudos and to be thoughtful of those people who are not from the continent, who are actually bringing money into the continent and taking the risk that local capital is not yet ready or willing to take. So that's one of the key differences is access to capital. Then maybe it's a university network. Maybe it's telling the story in a way that the venture investor wants to hear. But I think education is key, right? So everyone can learn to do that. Everyone can learn, build a nice deck. But you also have to need to understand, what does a nice deck look like? Even design, even how I structure information. How do I talk about the market size in a way that's compelling? Do I just say it's this many people? Or do I talk about total addressable market, serviceable market, and obtainable market? And those are all useful things to understand. Everyone can learn those, so I think we need to do a better job of communicating to everyone, right, what that information is, how to communicate that. I think the venture fellowship we have does that. Let's start a boot camp. The accelerators do that. I think the DFI got a lot of different ecosystem organizations and players. So Will, come on.
You want to speak to that as we close?
I would add one thing, right? And this might be a little bit controversial, but like when I saw the ecosystem in India grow, I'd say till maybe 2013, 2014, even though the VC ecosystem in India was booming and money was coming in, companies were growing, the top graduates of the top schools in India were joining McKinsey, were joining Goldman Sachs. They weren't joining startups, right? When you started seeing that change was when you started seeing sort of that tremendous growth, because you had the brightest talent locally going to entrepreneurship. And there are a couple of market level events that influence how that moves, because that was around the time you started seeing sort of more active global venture investors in India. You started seeing exits. I think one of the seminal exits in India was Taxi for Sure, which was like an Uber competitor that got acquired for Ola for a very large amount of money. And all of a sudden, that thought process of, we're trained to be lawyers, we're trained to be doctors, because Indian mindset is still very similar to that. That started to change, right? People were like, wait, I can be successful. I can have like a meaningful sort of job as well as economic growth by being an entrepreneur, as opposed to just seeking the highest paying job that will give me a paycheck. And that shift, I think we haven't yet seen that happen in a meaningful way on the continent, but it's starting to. And I think that's when you'll start seeing a lot more locally funded businesses raising the same type of capital.
I think just to add on, and maybe as we're wrapping up, you're totally right when it comes to the mindset part of things. And I feel that we shouldn't be too hard on ourselves because we're still very early when it comes to the Silicon Valley. Took forever to build, and we're just a few years into all of this. So, of course, there's these changes that need to happen, but then there has been an emergence of really good ecosystem enablers who are really doing their best to help us learn how to do the right pitch deck, tell the story right, and all of that. So, yeah, time will tell, but the Kenyan ecosystem is going to do much better. I feel you guys are already doing better. It's just the comparative analysis with Nigeria is what is holding people back. Let's just not compare because Nigeria is a different animal. Just getting water is a struggle. But yeah, mobile money is doing so much better in Kenya. In Nigeria, like they have failed. Like they're really struggling to have an uptake of it. So yeah, every context is different. So let's do what our context does best and amplify that.
Sweet. The word in Nigeria is the audacity. You know the word you're looking for? That's the word. It's not arrogance, it's audacity.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike, Jocelyn, and Shruti, let's give them a hand for this moment, conversation. Did you have your hand up now? I didn't see you. Oh, I'm sorry, but we're around. They're around. We do it. So it's break time. Let's go and have some tea, some coffee, some dazzies, and some sausages. We'll see everybody here at 11:35. Asanteni-san. Very nice.
Mic check. On. Mic check. We all have one port. They're all using one port. One of them is on.
do our thing. We go on to the next panel. The clicker, I have the clickers over there. There's the clickers over there, it's good. Okay. I had something clever to say, I've forgotten what it is, but when this is done, I'll come back and do it. But Mike, table yours, the stage is yours. You want to take it over? Nice, there we go. Everyone sitting down, please, ladies and gentlemen. That's the key section. We are on the next stage. We would love to have all your attention. Let's grab some seats so we can be able to start a food camp section. Then we'll go back over there to our wonderful and have conversation. That's what's going to go down. Mike, here you go.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Henry. I'm the Assistant Program Director of Startup Camp. And I'd like to welcome you all to the fast track. Before I start, I'd like to startups that will be pitching very quickly, shortly after. So get ready for that. But speaking of 5 startups, partners that we have in entrepreneurial development, including the AfricArena team. And okay, so I guess that is my official welcome to you guys. And I want to quickly tell you a little bit about and why we're excited about this. Why we're here. So welcome all the way to visit tell your story. Well, also to skill and scale the top startups building and trying to innovate to some of the biggest. And so the way that we tend to work with these partners is we have a network of investors, we have a network of corporates. And the key goal for us is to connect the startups that make it to a program to a network of corporates, stimulate pilots, and use that as a route to fast scale. And so some of these are some of the big corporates that you will get a chance to work with on the program. And some of these are the top exciting startups that have made it through our program from Eastern Africa. I'm sure some of us might be familiar with the names you see on your screen, such as Mpost, or Silmia, as well as our recent alumni, Ecomac, who you will be hearing from later today. And collectively, these are some of our alumni. I'm sure most of us would have heard of the likes of Kuda or Herconomy. So the story of Herconomy is very interesting. When Herconomy came into the program, the founder, basically wasn't really sure what to do, really. She wasn't sure of what name to go with. She wasn't sure of what logo to even go with. She had a little bit of traction on social media and knew that there was a problem, a real problem, but that was it. And the moment she joined the program, within the 13 weeks of accelerating of the program, we basically helped get all of this sorted, and she was able to raise and close a round of $600,000 within the 13 weeks. As a matter of fact, she was oversubscribed, and she had to stop collecting money. And those are some of the success stories that we have, and I could go on and on and on, but I won't. So this, in a nutshell, are the dates to take note of. Applications would close in November, and selection days would be in January. And selection days is basically an all-expense paid trip to a campus in Dakar, where you'd have intense sessions, pitching to a net of panels, as well as the network of corporates and mentors that we invite. And it is where we also get to select the ultimate 10 startups that would make it to the program. And then, of course, the program begins in February. So, once again, this is for you to take note of. Our team members are available, obviously, in case you're unable to take note of this. We can always point you to the right resource. And, okay, so I think I did good. I think now we would dive right into the pitches. And I'd like to invite the very first startup, and that would be Fundis. Fundis?
How is everybody doing? Now, I would want to bet everybody in this room, at one point you have had a repair job done, whether at home, at work, or anywhere in between. But the question is always, when you really need one, where and how do you find the right artisan who will show up on time, who will show up with the right tools, and will show up ready to execute your job? So we have a very simple web application that allows customers to be able to find and hire competent, vetted, and certified artisans. On the other hand, for this worker, this means that they're able to access loans, healthcare, they're able to access an indemnity cover, and most importantly, they are able to get certification. Now, we partnered with Kenya's largest skills association to be able to upskill and certify these guys. Now, to date, we have started out with repairs, and we have already done in excess of $100,000 in sales revenue. By end of this year, we'll be having over 5,000 on over 5,000 artisans on our platform, and half of these being young women. We have partnered with the likes of the government of Kenya, with brands like Bosch, with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance to be able to upskill and do what we are doing. So we are targeting a whole range of customers within the building construction, realtors, hospitality, and even just thinking around what would households use this to be able to do. Now, the online gig economy in Kenya by next year will be a little over $345 million. For the platforms in the blue collar space like ours, this is a $17 million space. So Fundis is focusing to start out with repairs. And by extension, what this means is that by the year 2023, in the informal offline gig economy that will be worth close to $30 billion, we'll have grown a couple of more products in that space. And we have chosen to start small. Focus on a small segment you can really do well. Become the undisputed king of repairs, then build other products over time. So we have over 7 types of training for artisans, over 7 types of certifications, over 9 benefit types, which translates to workers on our platform being able to give you a 3 months warranty at least on every single job done. So we have collective experience, local context, global thinking, try to build products of similar nature in this space, and trying to think how could this look like on a scale level if we took it to the rest of the continent. So currently we are raising 200k euros. We already have 300k euros in commitment. That's going towards technology upgrade, a bit of our market acquisition, and operational expenses. So thank you so much for your time, and if there was anyone with any question, I would love to take that as well. Thanks.
So just to quickly clarify, we won't be taking questions now in the interest of time. After all the pitches, we would go have a breakout session downstairs, I think the 5th floor, and then you can get to ask all your questions. Okay? And then please be mindful of time. You have 3 minutes, so check the screen as you walk up. Hey, so, the next startup would be Keynote. Keynote? Okay. Go in. I think Keynote is not there. All right. Kyoto Pay.
Hi everyone, my name is Paul, CEO, co-founder Kyoto Pay. So, if you live in an African city like I do, you must have seen shopping mall cropping up and disappearing within a very short period of time due to low tenancy. Worse still, you've seen houses being built in places where no one wants to live in, or even no one wants to buy. This is the problem. Over 90% of all property businesses in Africa are largely manual. They rely on Excel and manual books to manage their data and payment. As a result, we have an issue of inaccurate data. They end up losing the much needed finances to continue functioning in the business. Besides this, there's a disconnect between one level of property to another level of property. So what we've done at Keynote is that we've come up with an end-to-end property platform. So basically what we do first is that we integrate with payment channels and mobile money and banking systems to enable seamless collection, attribution, and reconciliation. So besides this, we also automate the business flows for property business. This is billing automation, sales automation, vendor management, and so forth. And lastly, we create data insight for these businesses to be able to make informed decisions on things such as prediction on vacancy, such as demand and supply. So we run a subscription model for property business where we charge $100 per business. We're exploring on additional revenue models as we grow. So looking at an entire market of $1 billion of professionally managed property businesses. In terms of traction, we've started charging this year our customers in about 4,200 MRR, having gone to over 600 properties, and our customers have been able to transact more than 800,000 on our platform. We have 4 banks as commercial partners and 3 telcos that we've engaged so far. In terms of our future, we're looking at going at 50,000 MRR at the end of this year. In terms of our competition, what really sets us apart, it is our end-to-end solution, going in the entire value chain, beginning at the property acquisition, property development, property management, and we're able to rely on this data to be able to improve these businesses individually. We have a versatile team in place, international experience, having again worked extensively with my co-founders in the past. So we're looking at raising 500,000, part of which is to continue with sales and marketing. Majority of our business have been coming from referral, more than 56%. We're hoping to do a go-to-market strategy. So you can contact us. We're happy to build the operating system for property business in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Keynote. The next startup would be I'm not sure. I think there's a little bit of a mix-up. The slides have gotten mixed up. Give me a minute.
So just while they're sorting out the slides for the next, there's one more pitch that we're going to see. Just while we're sorting this out, I'm just going to really quickly give you the context. This is a new experiment we're running where normally the startups pitch, there's like a judging panel. So today what we're doing as part of our selection process is after the startup pitches, we're going to have an opportunity for these startups to go downstairs. And so if there's mentors, investors in the room that want to come down and have a rotation, we call it office hours or breakout sessions, then those startups will be sitting at the tables. And then for the mentors or investors that want to come down, we will rotate you. So you'll have about 15 minutes, 20 minutes with each of the startups that's at the table. You get to ask your questions, provide some feedback, and it can be related to their pitch, but it's a little bit deeper interaction than one would normally get just sitting in the audience. So that's the experiment we're going to run today and tomorrow. If this format goes forward, then, or if this format works well, then we might integrate it more deeply in future AfricArenas. But for now, we're going to run it just as part of the Startup Bootcamp process as to how we interact with the startups. So real quick, how are we doing on the other pitch? Do we have the third startup? Okay, cool. So maybe I can just fill some time while we're waiting for the other pitch. Who has any questions about the Startup Bootcamp or how we run our programs or how we run our fast tracks? Fantastic. What makes us different? Brilliant. Thank you. So the question was, what makes us different than all the other accelerators that are out there? First of all, we very much view ourselves as collaborative and cooperative, right? So we don't look at it from a competition perspective. We're very happy to be part of an ecosystem that is robust and big. But as far as startups that are choosing, of course, typically you're not going to just shop around and do all the, go from one to the next. Startups, your time is very valuable. So, what's the most valuable use of your time? And you're going to choose, one accelerator that can propel you to the next level. I see that Radava is available. So I'll wrap up in the next 10 seconds, but it's global scale. So we view ourselves, we are a Pan-African accelerator program, but it's part of a global network. So for startups that are really looking to scale across the continent and beyond, then Startup Bootcamp is an excellent choice. We have a fantastic track record that Henry mentioned. More than 90% of the startups that have come through our program are operating and scaling 2 or 3 or 4 years after the program. But for many other programs, we work very closely with local accelerator programs, with incubators, especially in the East African ecosystem. And that's why one of the things that comes out of this today is even the startups that don't make it into our programs, we very much look to contribute and make sure that you get an incredible experience from today, and you get a lot of feedback that can help you grow your business. So, okay, fantastic. Back to Henry.
Thank you, Philip. The next startup would be Radava. Radava. Oh, for a minute I thought it was you. Okay. So I think Radava would have to be rescheduled. Okay. And would move to the next startup. So I'm not speaking. We're just okay. That's it, guys. I think it's time now for the office hours at the 5th floor. We would be right here to direct everyone to the 5th floor for the office hours to chat with mentors for the founders that are here. I think the mic is on. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, so I was saying that we would proceed to the office hours now, which would be at the 5th floor. So we will be directing founders as well as the mentors in the room for a chat at the 5th floor. Okay? Thank you all.
Good stuff, good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. So we have a panel. So I'm going to ask my strong-muscled bicep people to put seats for me nicely. And then I'll ask everyone else to remove what lap is on your lap. Stand. Whatever's on your lap, put it on the side. Let's stand up for a little bit. Up, up. Stand a little bit. Put the phone on the chair. Yes. Good stuff. Okay. This is good. I don't have a person to hold my mic for me, so I'm just going to be the gym instructor with no thing. There, you see, you're getting it. Okay. Okay, so here it is. Check me out. You need madam in the blue jacket with the, there you go. I'm teacher. I'm 844. I understand this. Okay, let's make sure everyone's good. Okay, everyone's good? Nice. All right, so your hands, let's have your palms facing upward like this. Let's have both your palms facing outward, both of them. Put them behind your back. Okay? Now try fold your elbows till they touch in front of you. Are you bending, sir? This attempt, people. Come on, show me that you have some stretchiness. Yes. Keep your hands flat on your back. Stretch. Right. Stretch. It's a failure, bro. What? Yeah. Give it. Stretch. All right. I'm going to count down to 3. Hold your breath as I count down to 3. Hold our breath. Hold. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. There you go. That's a guy who was struggling. Did you hear that? That was tough. Okay then, now put them in front of your body part, stomach situation. Put them here. Elbows to the back. Far back as you can take it. Feel the muscles in your shoulders just stretch out. No, don't interlock your fingers. Stretch them out. Yeah. And then take it all the way back to the dark. Hold down. Bring your head back. Inhale. Hold. 3, 2, 1, let it go. Everyone's trying to act like we don't have a struggle. Let's put them in the back one more time. Alright. Bring it up far forward if you can. Bring it up far forward if you can. Bring it forward. Inhale. Hold. 3, 2, 1. Exhale. Put your hands on your stomach one more time. Elbows to the back as hard as you can. Let's go. All the way back. Try to open up your chest. Inhale. 3, 2. Is that a phone call I'm getting? What is that about? No. Now look at you. Lost posture. 1. Exhale. Very nice. Now shake it off, man. Shake it off. Let's shake it off. Do a little Chris Brown shoulder dance, shake it off, and you may have your seats. There you go. All right. The next panel starts now. I believe there should be a slide on the screen that shows who they be. There you go. So we have Winnie Mwangi, we have Lavanya Anand here, we've got Samakab Hashi, we've got Hetal Patel, and we've got Bruce Nserekolule coming up on stage. I'd like to invite them all to come up on stage. I see you spread around. Take a microphone, take a seat. Enjoy. I know I saw Samakab here a few minutes ago. Where's Samakab? There he is. Voila. There you go. There you go. All right. They will be discussing the market downturn and implications on venture funding in the ecosystem. If you've been paying attention, it's bad. Just generally, it is terrible. Who is for, let me ask as they do their makeup and mics, who is for the removal of subsidies in our fuel and food in Kenya? Let me see your hands up if you're for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. She's scratching her hair. Who is against it? Let me put your hands up. I want to see who didn't. So the rest of you don't care. You see, this is the elitism we are talking about in this country. They don't even know what I'm talking about. So you guys are for it. Let me see. One person who's for it. You, red t-shirt fellow, you're for it. Why are you for it?
Because I'm a capitalist at heart.
Because you're a capitalist at heart. You see, this is the darkness we're talking about. Who else is for it? Let's see who was for it. Now they've become shy. Who's for the removal of subsidies on fuel and food in Kenya? Let's see. There's a gentleman at the back. He's a silver fox type. He might have some wise words for us.
Philip, it's unsustainable.
It's unsustainable. It's unsustainable. Who else is for it? Who else is for the removal of subsidies in food and fuel? Over there? Bro, I'm trying to get to you. You're far in the corner. Are you trying to avoid being taxed? But who are you trying to avoid? Let's go. Okay. Why do you think it is?
My name is Isaac, and I think the market will correct itself.
The market will correct itself. So we have a capitalist at heart. We have a person who believes the market will correct itself, and someone who says it's unsustainable. Let's see if these guys have something to say about the downturn and implications on venture funding in the ecosystem. Lavanya, this is your panel. Are you hosting? Your host? Samakab. Yes, so
she'll do a better job than me.
Freaked out. Samakab, go ahead. This is your panel.
So hey guys, so when I saw this topic that they kind of asked us to do, I thought, thank you for giving me the depressing one. But it's okay, yeah. But it's been an interesting year, and it definitely reminds me of that saying where you say, "May we live in interesting times," because we kind of started off the ecosystem just in the most FOMO state I've ever seen an emerging market ever be. We had multiple unicorns being minted. We had $5 billion put into the ecosystem. Quite frankly, founders became a real pain in the ass. Like if you ask them 3 questions without giving them a check, they got very aggressive. So we started off this year in a hyper FOMO market. And then for reasons that have absolutely nothing to do with Africa, everything changed. We've had multiple down rounds. We've had founders learn what the word unit economics and profitability means. And we've also seen some sad stories. We've got Sky Garden, who was a big part of the iHub family. Unfortunately, they closed. They were a fantastic team, and I think the timing really hit them at the worst possible time. So when things were going super positive, I wasn't really buying into it, and I'm not really buying into the negative story now. But we are lucky that we have 4 active GPs who are actively investing in the continent, and I thought it'd be a really good opportunity to let people on the ground really explain how they see the world. So I think I'll let you all do a brief introduction of who you are, and then we'll take it from there. So I'll start with Bruce here.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bruce. I'm general partner. $258 million, and then by kind of support networks, business expertise, and funding required to get our companies to so we provide up to $5 million for follow-on. Apart from that, previously I was the investment principal at Sudaya Capital, helped set up the capital fund. It's done very well. And I'm a proud African. Love business, love entrepreneurship, and love great relationships. So, thank you.
Hello. Thanks, Bruce. Hi, everyone. My name is Hippo Patel. I work with Mercy Core Ventures, which is a early stage pre-seed to Series A company, a fund that's investing in high impact enterprises fueling growth on the continent. We've recently released our thesis, so please go take a look and give feedback or criticism. But overall, it's a climate lens in our key sectors, which is around agtech and fintech. But we've also added in some other areas around sustainable supply chains, logistics, analytics, and a few other areas. As Bruce mentioned, we also have a pretty robust post-investment platform that does and helps fuel growth with our portfolio companies.
Hi, everyone. My name is Winnie. I'm the investment director and fund manager of Bamboo Capital Partners, specifically their technology fund. It's called BlockSmart Africa. And we are a Pan-African focused impact fund. We invest in technology businesses between the seed stage up to Series A. And in terms of quantum of capital, that's 300,000 euros up to 1.5 million. We invest across different verticals, from fintech to agtech, edtech, smart cities, and the other fintech, edtech, smart cities, agtech. And so we go in also in addition to the big kings, the big mature markets. We try and identify promising startups in much smaller markets. We've done investments in countries like Cameroon, Senegal, Ivory Coast, and also the bigger markets, Kenya and South Africa. And someone had asked a question earlier as to, what do such founders do? And the response to that is identify funds that actually focus on identifying businesses in those smaller markets. So we also, post-investment, we help try and support our portfolio companies through our network, where we've got a couple of experts in different sectors, healthcare, ag, to help add value to the portfolio companies.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lavanya. I'm a principal at Vested World. We are also an early stage fund manager focused on East and West Africa. The primary markets in which we invest are Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, and then our secondary markets are Rwanda and Uganda. We invest between seed and Series A as well, as small checks as $50K all the way up to $1 million. Also provide follow-on financing into Series A and B rounds. We have about 25 companies in our portfolio today across the two regions. And yeah, looking forward to this conversation.
So before we jump into the questions, I know that some of my esteemed colleagues can be somewhat verbose. So if you see Brian waving at you, that means you've been talking too long. So he's the guy to keep an eye on. But for Bruce and Hital, the first question is, given the general doom and gloom, whilst at the same time we've probably got $500 million of dry powder on the continent, do you think that people are overreacting to the recent downturn?
I think it's an interesting conversation. If you look at the globe and the graph that Mike put on earlier, you can see venture capital investment generally on a global scale is reducing. But if you look at Africa and if you compare quarters to the previous year, actually what you're finding is it's increasing. And if you look at where VC was 5 years ago, we've increased by 10 times. So I still do feel that we're probably going to more money is going to be deployed this year than last year. I think we're on the trajectory to do that. Probably, maybe not to the level that was probably previously expected. But yeah, so I think in Africa, we're still a very tiny part of the venture capital market. We're 1%, I think, of the globe. There's massive room to expand. Some of the factors that Mike mentioned in terms of these markets growing and scaling in Africa are unique opportunities, and I think it's seen by global investors. I think probably what's happening now on the continent is that investors are being more picky, being tighter on things like valuations and so on, as later stage capital becomes more difficult to raise, as basically the West is going through tough economic times. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I have to. Yeah, so I think there's a few factors at play. There is dry powder, but because of the circumstances, people are going to be a bit more diligent, which I think you talked about earlier, and I think that's okay. I think that's good. I think it's a good feedback loop for founders and everyone in the ecosystem to actually try to build, and many people have said it earlier today, so like sustainable, scalable business models that actually have real world use cases. In the end, we are not, and I say we in the sense that I come from India, it's one of the global South markets are not the global North markets. We don't have the amount of capital markets that can bail out Uber and others when they don't, because someone else will come in and basically, in crypto words, holding the bag. We actually have to build something that has some solutions that will attract private equity and other, even ideally local institutional money to invest, and that's where the exits are going to come from. So I think we have to be honest and not playing by other people's rules if we want to then understand what the adjustment should be to this type of market correction. So I think for that, I think that's one of the big pieces. And then, the doom and gloom, some of it's just media. When it's, a year and a half ago, everything was going to be a unicorn, and now everything's going to be horrible. Like, don't listen to them, right? We have to talk to the people who are actually doing the work and really grinding it out, as Mike said earlier, and really putting the work in. So I think there's some finding the balance, there's some keeping your head level-headed, and there's some of it's actually understanding, are we playing by other rules that haven't even been proven out? VC in California is 30 years old. That's not an actual RCT proof case for what exists or what can work. And it's never been replicated in Europe. It's not been replicated anywhere else. So I'm wondering, why do we want to play by those rules versus understanding what works for the markets we work in?
Fantastic. So for Winnie and Lavanya, as you now look at deals in this market and with the concerns on follow-on capital, how does that change how you think about stage, valuations, sector, and terms? And terms, I mean corporate governance, liquidity preferences. What are the things that you are focusing on now more than you may have been focusing on a year ago?
Thanks, Sam. So for us, I would say, so because we invest between seed and Series A, and maybe before I kind of dive in, I would say it is still probably easier to raise at the seed or earlier stages than it is at Series A plus. And I think that's just because there's still a lot of dry powder and capital available at those very early stages, whether it's from angel investors, pre-seed funds, seed funds, et cetera. Whereas, the investors that can write checks of, $2 million plus, that starts to dwindle very quickly. And over the last year or two, we were seeing a lot of capital come in from foreign markets who were able to write $5, $10, $15 million checks. However, a lot of those investors have retreated a bit and are focusing on their home markets. And so now, there is a dependence on Africa-focused investors to continue to fund those Series A, B rounds. So I think with that said, we continue to look at the seed and Series A, but I'd say there's less of a risk coming in at Series A because now there's a little bit more runway before they get to a coming in at seed versus before they get to a Series A stage, because we want to basically buy time for some of the larger investors to come back to the market. So I think that's one shift that we've done, is investing more earlier stage. At the same time, I would say, valuations are starting to come down, especially at those Series A stage or later. Like I said, because there's less capital available, I think founders can be less choosy in terms of the capital that they bring in. So we are starting to see some pressure there. And then, we've always had relatively lengthy diligence processes, so I don't know if that's necessarily changed. We're trying to get quicker and learn and be more efficient. But at the same time, we have tried not to forego diligence, even when the market was very hot. So yeah, I'll pause there.
Yeah, for us, we have sort of realigned internally as a team to understand that the environment has actually changed. And of course, we stick to our investment thesis. We'll do what we did. We have an investment process. There's a framework we work from. But in terms of building pipeline and making the investments, we are now taking a very slow-paced approach and being super thorough in what we're doing. At the origination phase, for example, we're doing it in a much targeted way. So we're saying, let's relook at, if you're looking at fintech or health tech or ag tech, let's relook at that space and identify where exactly is the opportunity. And goes beyond that, where we are doing even more diligence before we take the deal, let's say, to our first committee, right? So what we do in post-investment, post-risk committee, that's the first step of presenting. We're actually doing it upfront. So now I'm saying, okay, I'm looking at a business in the SME lending space. I'm going to go and speak to the customers, distributor or retailer, and really understand what they see in the product and how it stacks against the other competitors. So we're taking a very targeted approach here, identifying really within fintech and SME lending, where exactly should we be. When it comes to the investment process, we're also doing a lot of collaborations with other co-investors. We've looked at a couple of deals with some in lateral. I think even Heckel's done a deal as well together. We've looked at a deal together, not done one yet. We've co-invested with Vested World in one of the deals. So we try as much as possible and bring in other co-investors in the due diligence process and kind of just sound out, even if that means making a phone call and saying, what do you think of this company? So taking that extra step to just make sure that we've covered all grounds when it comes to due diligence. It won't be perfect, but I think that extra leg is actually required. When it comes to the terms, we're also trying to enforce more protective provisions. So, most funds will probably do 1 times liquidation preference. You'll see some funds targeting 1.5 to 2 times. You have other terms around redemption rights just to ensure that you have some form of liquidity as well. Tranche investments, so we're trying to look at how can we do tranche financing in some of the deals. At the portfolio level, when it comes to follow-on investments, it has to be, putting money, backing our winners. So again, just because we invested in a company doesn't mean we'll back the company on follow-on rounds. We'd rather reserve that capital and invest in a promising startup. So again, we look at the portfolio and say, can we now focus more on quality growth? Grow as you improve your margins and also ensure that you keep an eye on your runway. So it's just, we're taking a different approach, more scrutiny and more thoroughness in how we invest as well as managing the portfolio.
Fantastic. And then for Bruce and Lavanya, as you work with your current portfolio, and especially guys you backed at seed and now you're climbing to Series A where that money may or may not be there, what advice are you giving them around growth versus margin, profitability versus cash? Like, how are those conversations moving in a scenario where the next round is not guaranteed?
Yeah, it's $1 million question. I think it's actually similar to how we approached our portfolio when COVID first hit. There was a lot of uncertainty around when that next funding round was going to come, how their revenues might be affected over the coming months. And so we're taking a similar approach to what we did in early 2020, which is coming up with different scenarios and helping our founders arrive at different scenarios. So there's a plan A, which is, raise X amount, Series A, helping them get introduced to various investors who are still investing in Series A rounds. And then very quickly after having a very reasonable plan B and plan C and sometimes plan D, which include various scenarios where you can accelerate profitability so that you can extend your runway, potentially in some cases restructuring and restructuring certain teams that maybe are becoming redundant, or decreasing your expansion efforts to new markets so that you can, again, preserve runway as long as possible. And so those are the things that we are really focusing on. I think unit economics is always an important thing, but it's extremely important right now in terms of trying to preserve as much cash as possible, trying to extend that runway, trying to have a path to profitability to convince even the investors who are coming in these Series A rounds that, you're not going to run out of runway in the next 6 months and have to go out and raise again. So those are some of the things that we're doing with our portfolio. And then also just supporting them in bridge rounds where we can, especially for the top performers in the portfolio.
Cool, yeah. I agree a lot with what Lavanya said, and I think we deploy similar strategies. For us, we seek to really invest at that pre-Series A stage, being a lead. And therefore, as part of our investment plan and deployment, we want to ensure that our companies are operating in a way where they are achieving growth, but sustainably. We seek to be with our companies until Series B and provide them that follow-on financing. So for us, it's really about, from the get-go, building a sustainable business model that has, exit opportunities available, bringing on the right partners as we continue to scale, and still providing that necessary financing.
So I'm just keeping an eye on time. So for Hetal and Winnie, 1 minute each on this one. We were in Oxford discussing this actually, but how are you guys looking at non-dilutive financing to kind of complement your strategy?
So specifically for a fund, I know there are several options on non-dilutive financing. So, there's grants, there's venture debt, but there's also, I guess, PA can fall into that bucket. Either the LPs of your GPs actually provide TA facilities, or some GPs don't have that, and they have to seek for some TA facility externally. So what we personally do is partner with TA facility providers and help support some of our startups, whether it means the business in Senegal trying to improve their technology platform to help them actually optimize on the margins when they're doing the distribution of fresh produce. So we try and bring in such non-dilutive capital and use our own capital to help scale the business. So for us, the technical assistance, I think, is where that plays.
You don't need the mic.
No, I'd agree. I think there's one thing I'll separate it. Make a distinction. As we're doing due diligence, we do look at the utilization of non-dilutive capital, whether the states are different, right? And see if there is an awareness that they have make sure that this isn't a local threat. Not that but it wouldn't be a fit for for our blockchain investment to actually have a grant facility that's global. So whether the proposed funding and others actually work, that's important. But I think this is important to, especially when you talk about emerging technologies like education, agriculture, some of these other things, they do need to have some other investment or other capital that are going to help along.
And then the last question, and Bruce and Lavanya, I'm going to apologize because it's a horrible one. But with the likes of your Tiger Globals, the international funds kind of withdrawing from the markets, what are your sources for Series A, Series B follow-on for your portfolio companies?
Well, fortunately, I believe there are a couple of funds that are being developed, homegrown funds that are seeking to deploy capital at these stages. So we're very keen on taking on co-investors that we believe can add something to the table. So obviously the local perspective and business networks and so on that come with local funds is something great that we can also leverage. Bar that, we do look to advise our companies to seek all forms of financing that are available on the table. So, for example, commercial debt can help grow certain business models sustainably. Furthermore, venture debt as well. So effectively look at other means to help the businesses gain the capital that they need to grow. So, for example, businesses that have debt books, it's probably best to raise debt officially rather than raising equity and so on. Lavanya?
Yeah, so in addition to what Bruce mentioned, I think, there is some level of creativity required and thinking outside the box. So, not just the typical funds that come in at Series A or B, but also thinking about, are there family offices you can tap into? That might be through your own, if you're a GP, you have LPs who can potentially co-invest. So reaching out to your LP networks and saying, hey, there's this deal that we want to do. Would you be willing to come in alongside of us or follow on with, aggregated in the millions of dollars potentially? So that's one way. Other family offices that might not necessarily be LPs, but just other offices that are investing or interested in Africa. Then I think the Middle East and North Africa, there are some funds, especially in the Middle East, that are still actively looking at sub-Saharan Africa in addition to North Africa and the Middle East. And so tapping into those networks, which maybe we didn't previously. And then, there's always new funds that are popping up that are focused on Africa. And so just being aware of who is investing, who has recently fundraised, who has capital to deploy, and doing syndicate rounds if it's, or maybe a co-led round as opposed to just one lead investor. So I think those are some of the ways that we can try to raise capital at the Series A.
Fantastic. Do we have time for audience questions? 10 minutes. Excellent. Okay. Fantastic. So any questions from the audience?
For them to exit, but then the end to find their expertise.
So for me, whenever I'm in this type of audience, especially with founders at the beginning of their journey, I always tell them that venture capital investors are just one source of capital. And you need to understand how VCs typically make their money. Some are much more ESG impact focused. others are full-on commercial returns. And the story that you're selling, the journey that you want to go on, has to align with the investors that you're taking on. So if you want to have a lifestyle business, don't pitch to somebody that needs you to return a 15x on their investment. So you really need to make sure that the story you're telling them and the story that you believe and that you want, your vision, kind of aligns. Otherwise, you're going to end up in a difficult situation. And this is where it's a little bit unfair on the founders, in that we all have portfolios of investments. There could be a scenario where we lose money in 7 out of 10 deals and the other 3 save our ass. If you're not one of those 3, then that's the life of a founder. So before you start that venture story, are you on the right bus? Is that what you want?
I think there's not much to add except really do align with the type of capital stack that you want to work with. So depending on what type of business you're looking to grow, find that type of capital that fits, and then it'll be much easier, and you won't be pulled in different ways when you're designing your product and going post MVP on your way to product market fit.
So similar thing, it's the type of investor you look for, but also to understand that, so for example, in our fund, we have limited partners who've given us money to invest, and we need to make money for them. So yes, we should be able to exit from the investment that we make. So by the time we're approaching your startup, we'll have to kind of think through what's the universe of exits and who can buy the business and how can we make our money and can we make the money. So I think even for you, just diligence the kind of investors that approach you. Might have a very interesting model, and investors flood to come knock at your door to invest in your business, but be comfortable saying no, because like that's not the path for me. So also be very discerning when it comes to picking your set of investors.
You have a question out there? Yeah, I got a question.
Yeah, we do. And because by the time we come to sign the shareholders agreement, the definitive agreement, we'll have clauses that ensure we exit, right? So we encourage entrepreneurs to also have their own lawyers to go through term sheets and agreements, but we also tend to educate and say this is what it means. You have to make the environment conducive for our exit. So obviously there are different options, the IPO, trade sale routes, or sell to another financial investor. But then also, can you buy us out, right? So, and then there are all those, put options that come into play. So yes, we do inform them that. And for us, in our investment process, we also identify who can actually buy that startup. And to some extent, when they're doing their diligence, we actually interview those kind of potential buyers and sound them out and say, would you be interested in the next 5 or 10 years to get into the African market in this particular space? And what kind of asset would you find attractive? So that also gives us some insights and intelligence on how to, sort of inform the business or advise them on to make yourself attractive without deviating significantly from your model. This is what this kind of players will be looking for. And internally, on a quarterly basis, we'll kind of analyze the business. In addition to the financial performance, impact performance is exit potential. So we kind of walk through that journey. And it's not think about it once and then think about it again when you're exiting. It's really over time, how are we positioning ourselves to also successfully exit?
I was going to say, any business, any entrepreneur starts, you should think about your exit. Doesn't matter if it's VC or not. Lifestyle business, corner cafe, you should think about how am I going to get out? What do I need? What am I going to value? So it doesn't even matter VC or anything. You should think about your exit if you're starting a business.
Hello, I got one question back here. What have been some of the examples of the most resilient companies in your portfolio in this downturn, and what are they doing differently?
Repeat the end of that question.
What have been the most resilient companies in your portfolio during this downturn, and what have they been doing differently?
You want to name names?
I can probably mention 2 companies, but it's from my previous life. I think of Wasoko and I think of Coco Networks. And effectively what these guys are doing is they're providing a product that is truly needed to generally BOP population, which is majority of the population here, and products that that are needed, bar it being a recession or not. So if you're looking at Cocoa Networks, you're thinking about cooking oil, sustainable cooking oil solution. We're looking at Wasoko, it's effectively a partner for retailers to get their supplies and credit for that. So bar recession or not, these are necessary services. So they have proven to be very resilient. In some cases, actually grow through recent troubles that we've had, the likes of high inflation, COVID, and so on.
Well, he took one of ours. We're also an investor in Wasoko, and I'll say Pool Advisors. We have a few others. I think what cuts across is cash management and actually having a product that people need. And so if you don't build a business that has that, when there's a downturn, you're going to be first on the cutting block because you don't have cash management and you probably don't have a product people are willing to pay for. That's basics right there. I think everything else stems from that.
I think one more thing, though, that I would add is just really, really, really good storytelling and having a really strong vision and being able to convince investors to continue to support you despite the challenges. I think that, I can't emphasize that enough, is just practicing that pitch and really showing that you're passionate about what you're building and getting people to buy into what you're building.
I had a quick question. My question is regarding the mandate that you have. Do you see like a change in terms of mandate more towards like climate change mitigation than these things as we move forward? Is it something that you consider when you invest, or this is clearly secondary and this is not part of really like your investment strategies?
I'll take 2 seconds. We released a climate resilience thesis, so read it. Yes, we do.
Let's give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. You know what I'd like to know, like a question. I would like to know who came up with it, or the world influence come up with it. But what would you have said?
Come up with the thesis, with evolving the thesis.
Yeah.
Well, you have to react to the market. So when there's a need, I think if we're investing in solutions for the bottom 3 quintile consumers in the global south market, how can you not think about the impact of climate change on any business model, any sector of investment?
But would you have said that 7 years ago?
No.
That's it. Let's give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are amazing. That's actually good guess. Don't forget your water, wherever has the water there. Okay, so we're going to have a fireside chat with 3 individuals. We're going to make it quick because I know it's, whenever it gets heading towards lunchtime, people start getting angry faces. Like the gentleman at the back over there. Did you see what you did? You started smiling when I pointed at you, but you had an angry face, bro. You are looking annoyed. And so we're going to be quick about it. So Turako is over here. Let's do it. We have Market Force and we have M-Post. Come through, man. Don't start sitting at the back like I didn't see you. Turako was here, right? I just saw him. Market Force. There you go. Thank you for helping me with the seats.
There we go. Turako is coming.
Turako is coming. Where's Turako?
As they said.
Where's Turako? I saw him in a t-shirt just now.
Well, I can present for both.
You can? Are you sure? No, sit down, man.
Stories.
No, sit.
Anyway,
grab a chair over there.
Growth story.
Sit over there. They have refused to give me a seat. They feel that I am unhealthy. So you bring me a chair, man. I have to carry my own chair. You give me a chair. Alright, cool. Just grab me a seat. Okay, so what we're going to talk about is scale. But I'm going to ask you guys to introduce yourselves. You want me to sit on that side? I thought the light hits me better on this side. I'm fine with whatever. It's okay. Cool. All right, so these 3 companies have done a decent job of scaling. I've seen Tesh Mbabu is like Beyonce on LinkedIn. I've seen how he's doing all sorts of things. What's up with your man?
Tesh
is he's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
He's like...
we are both everywhere.
It's insane.
Among the country. When you scale up, you have to be everywhere.
Yeah,
that's part of scaling.
Does he actually do any work? That's another question for later. Is Turako here though? I thought I'd seen him.
Yeah, I was talking to him.
Nathaniel, have you seen him? I have the clicker. No, I don't have the clicker. Somebody else had the clicker. Clicker's, I think it's over there next to my computer. Is it, the clicker is over there? No. Okay, cool. So we're going to start with these two. Gentlemen, I want you to introduce yourselves. I don't want to get into any story. I want you to say, I am, I'm from, I do. Then we get into it. And then when the Turako gentleman comes, he can continue. So why don't you start?
All right. So this is Benjamin Bruno, COO at Marketforce. Yeah. Can you hear me well first? Yeah?
Yes.
Looks like that.
Now you're good. Now you're good. Okay.
I joined Marketforce 3 years ago when the company was very small. And I've been in the startup world for more than 6 years, both advising and been there leading.
So you started by advising first before you joined?
I entered the startup world by advising, yeah.
Okay.
There was a small company. I was working at PwC at the time. So they needed more financial advisor. There was a company in Kenya when I started. And that's where I understood that actually this sector was like my thing. I love
there he is. Okay.
I love building. I love building company from scratch, from ground up, solving all the challenges of the daily, all the daily challenges.
Yeah.
So I understood that. PricewaterhouseCoopers was nice. I had a lot of fun. I'm one of the few people that actually had fun there.
Okay, because it's hard.
Yeah.
PwC is not a fun place. It's not where you go to have fun.
Then the consulting there, and then I moved to.
And that was in Kenya, or was that?
Was in Kenya, energy sector.
All right. Okay. Cool. All right then.
Energy sector. I could work cross sector.
Benjamin, we'll come to you. Let's go. I've known you for so long. Just go.
I'm Twahir Mohammed. I'm the founder of MPost, CEO.
Yeah. Twahir has come to my house to do a podcast, which is very cool. But keep up. Did you hear how many stories he had? Can you just continue a little bit? Tell us a little something.
Started out as CTO, moved on to CEO. We turn mobile phone numbers into official postal address. We work with the National Post Office as our main partners. Currently, we are in Kenya, Rwanda, and piloting in Burundi. Yeah.
And when we spoke a year and some ago, you were like a small shop.
Yeah, we were a small shop transitioning, but now things are
a little different, just a little different.
Yeah.
We're doing introductions, say a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your company, and then we get into the fireside conversation.
Cool, thanks. Sorry I was late. I was doing my first Series B pitch. So
is it?
Yeah, well, more or less. We've done a couple already, but it was early. So close day, so it's time to do Series B.
We'll get into that. Okay, go ahead.
Hi everyone, Ted Pantone, founder and CEO of Turako. I live here in Kenya. Moved here in 2009 for a year, and I'm still here. Turako is a insurtech company. We focus on helping companies sell insurance to their end users. So we partner with fintechs and banks and gig economy companies to make it possible for them to get their end users insured and to get a revenue share to make it possible for them to do that and want to do that.
Nice, thank you. These three companies have scaled and are scaling mad. It's actually quite impressive. $40 million round, true?
True.
What did you do?
1.9.
1.9? You're now on your Series B, so your Series A was what?
10.
Okay, that's a lot. This is in dollars, just in case you need to be told. So that's a lot of money. But then I've got three main questions, and I really think we need to look into this, like, for real. Is it as nice as it sounds and looks like on LinkedIn, on VentureBurn, on TechCrunch? Let's just start there. Demystify how it feels like to sit on the other side of a scaling NOS boost. Benjamin.
Let me start with an example that I always say to our investors. And that's how I probably got our main investor for the round. Being in a scale-up company is like being on a plane. You take off, and you know that the engine is broken. You have half of the seats that are not there. So basically, the passengers are standing because you are on MVP. So basically, your passengers are standing. You have the pilot that is also the steward. So sometimes goes pilot a bit and then goes back to serve the food. And then you have the cockpit that is not working. So you don't know all the information, what's going on, but you trust that something is going on. So that's exactly basically how he's scaling up. And I've been advising a lot of companies, working in a lot of startups, and it's been always the same journey. It's been almost never very smooth. It's been about breaking and how you fix all the breakages. And actually, we started as a SaaS company. We were not building what we are building today at that time. I joined the company. I'm not actually the founder. I joined a company where the company was very young. We were like 10 people. Today we are around 800. And the company was pretty broke when I joined. And in the beginning, we were making some revenue, but we noticed that the SaaS model, was not scaling up as fast as we actually wanted.
Yeah.
So, do you want to hear the rest?
No. I just, it's good. You hold it there. We'll come back. So here.
I can say it's the same, especially with us working with government. For example, in Rwanda, they wanted us in before even we had the money. So we had to take our operations money in Kenya and place it there before even raising, and that's how we...
What do you mean? What, like open a bank account at BNK and then put money from KCB to BNK?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, so like there is no difference now between the operations in the different countries until we settle our fundraising round.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really tough. It's like a plane without a complete control.
It's a plane mess situation over there.
Plane mess situation.
Pilot is the mechanic.
Yeah, and it has to be done somewhere.
What has the experience been? 2009, you say you came. Was that tourism? Was that family members getting married? Was that Peace Corps? Did you just happen to pass through Kenya?
Closer to Peace Corps. I was doing charity work with Gates Foundation. So,
right.
I did that for a year and then year and a half, and then started building businesses. So I built a bunch of different.
When did Turaco become?
Turaco is just 3.5 years old. So
okay.
This is very new. I think it's the greatest job in the world. Like the best job I ever had. It's really fun. I love the chaos that you just described.
And that's what it's like for you after raising the 10. Yeah, was it the same for you?
In ways, like we've got a team that's been a part of a lot of growing companies. So, and we're not in our 20s. So I think we've got some elements of stability around us that I didn't have necessarily in previous things that I was a part of. But yeah, we have an idea of where we're going every day, but every day is definitely a little bit of a mix.
So what I'm trying to do is you're just like an average startup, like everyone else in the room that is in a startup, but you just have more money than they do, and you have a better business case, or you have a better pitch deck. Like I'm really trying to crystallize what's the difference between a company before it gets money and a company after.
Product market fit.
Product. I knew the answer. I was just waiting for someone to get it. Product market fit. So then let's talk about that. Let's talk about product market fit, and let's start again with Turaco. What makes especially in insurance, because insurance is a very dicey space, and black folk don't do insurance. We don't believe in talking about death. Tell me where I got it wrong.
Yeah, so I mean, this is the perception, is that
because what's the penetration? 3%?
Yeah,
something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. The idea is that people have in their heads, and the idea that the insurance industry has in their heads, is that mass market consumers don't want to buy insurance, right? Yes. They don't understand it. They can't afford it. They won't prioritize it with their wallet.
Correct.
But that's not true, right? So product market fit is I have something that people want to buy, and I figure out how to sell it to them, right? That's product market fit summarized.
Yeah.
We've done that with insurance, where when we pitch to consumers, we get north of 50% of people opting in to buy our insurance products. So that's evidence that people actually do really want to buy it.
Like, how do you, because in Kenya, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll come to the two of you, in Kenya, death is something we don't talk about. I don't know about Rwanda, Nigeria, and other African countries, but in Africa, in Kenya, I feel, Tahir, correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not something we discuss. But we do discuss fundraising for a sick aunt, or a sick dad, or a sick brother, or whatever. Because we talk about that. So we do talk. Well, we talk about illness, bro. How did you get the message across in that way?
It's actually much easier than what you have in your head. Like people understand. Insurance is very commonplace across the continent, right? It's just a product for the rich currently. Yeah. So it's an aspirational product. People are like, actually, I've heard of insurance. My friend down the street who has this cushy government job, he has it. Or this other guy I know, he has it. They went to hospital and they were able to get seen very quickly and get good service. So you're telling me it's something that I can buy and that I can afford. It's going to work for me. That's the magic. That's where people are like, okay, this is amazing. I would love to actually be a part of purchasing this. The challenge in product market fit is you can't just go around selling stuff, right? You've got to figure out how to make that process happen efficiently.
Yeah.
And use technology to make that happen.
So you've automated that system. Okay. We'll get into that in a bit. mPost. Of course, I want Amazon to bring my package to my door, bro. But my phone, which is with me, moves around. So that's a bit tough. How'd you figure that out?
For us, it has taken 6 years.
Say that loudly so everybody hears how long it took.
It has taken 6 years just to build the right product market fit. We started out in 2016, June 6th. We were able to do a fast pilot, which we thought we had the right fit. Not until when we did the actual launch, when everything crumbled down.
Wow.
We expected like around 1,500 clients. We got 20,000 in that first day. Everything crumbled. We had.
You mean the software crumbled, or you mean like? Oh, okay.
And even the processes, learning just the postal office process and doing change.
Because 20,000 is a lot. How many people do you have on Turaco for insurance?
Just over 500,000.
500,000. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So within that point is organically we've grown.
Right.
Iterating the product, and right now we are at 200,000.
Right.
That's when we felt like this year is the right year to scale to other countries.
Yeah.
And that's how we've now been approaching these other countries, national post offices.
Did you have a fail, Ben, before, not Benjamin, sorry, Ted, before there was success? Did you have this is not working, we should stop moment before I come to you, Benjamin?
I mean, COVID almost killed us, but that was when...
You would think it wouldn't, because that's kind of when everyone needs insurance.
You would think, but nobody had money, right? So
this is true. I see that.
You have to be able to sell something to make money,
right?
Or people have to have money to pay for it. So yeah, we definitely had a big downturn, some layoffs that were really sad. Everybody in the company took a salary cut.
Wow!
But we pulled together as a team, and as soon as people realized that the world hadn't ended, they were like, "Actually, wait! I'm much more aware of my health needs and my
post-COVID,
post-COVID kind of needs." So yeah, it actually ended up being a catalyst for our growth, even though for a little bit there we were kind of just starting a fundraising round, and it looked very dark.
I see that. Benjamin, dear God. So
there we go.
First it was Reja.
Reja is a product of Marketforce.
That's the one everybody, like I know, my grandma knows Reja. So take us through that little process real quick about when you got to the point, like both of them did, where you were like, it's time for us to raise some money. What was that process like? How did it look like? Because now we know that you guys were just running little briefcase organizations somewhat. You were all in aircrafts that had no engines and the pilot was... So tell us, when did you get to that point where you're like, it's time to scale, product market fit? When did you see that?
Yeah, so our product didn't took 6 years, but 1.5. I think what's really...
Did you say your product took 6 years?
Our product market fit didn't take 6 years.
Oh, it did? Okay, so about 1.5.
But 1.5. And but what's interesting about the team and about all the growth, I think that we have 3 pillars that are always there in any phase, which is actually agility, resilience, and great team.
And all of
even
that,
before market fits. I think those were the 3 components that made us move few steps further to find the product market fit, because product market fit was not part of our first idea.
So those are values. They're not like things you learn in Stanford. Those are just like values, agility, great team. What was the last one?
And resilience.
And resilience. Those are all, that's great. That's character traits. Those are interesting.
That's actually the mindset of the team from the beginning.
Okay.
Like the team was there. That's why agility is because we pivoted several times until we found a product market fit. It was not easy to find it. From the one we scaled, we tried different things. And then all over a sudden, when actually we found it, we started scaling up massively.
Did you find it in the way that I found my coin under the bed?
Yeah,
or did it just land on you and you're like, people are increasing?
It went through trials.
Okay.
So the first product was a SaaS product.
Mm-hmm.
Then we realized, thanks to the SaaS product, that actually there was a bigger need in the market.
Right.
The informal sector, all the merchants,
right,
they don't have one system where to order, when to get their loan, insurance, bill pay, and all the rest services. So we say, okay, that's something that we want to try. And what happened there was something very fun. That okay, let's try it, but we don't have much time because we have very low cash in the bank. As often happens in the first stage, you are trying, your first product is not doing very well. You are still scaling, but not as fast, and you are slowly running out of cash.
Yeah.
So we went to Nevada with the tech team, with the 10 smartest tech guys that we knew.
Okay. From the company or like just generally?
Generally, in Nairobi.
So you call homies, you're like, let's go to Nevada.
Big 10 smart
This is the
tech
hustle.
guys.
This is the hustle. Okay.
We went to Nevada,
right?
To a villa. It was a villa of a founder, actually. It was empty. So we put few beds around and we sat there for 10 days. That's how Reja started.
Wow.
10 days of design implemented. And after this 10 days, actually we had a product that we could fast
put in the market.
Yeah. And we were believing would it be the right product. And actually ended up actually being
and
the right product. That was the product.
That's the one everybody knows.
Actually, works today. So that product was born in like 10 days, very fast.
So a villa, 10 tech guys, and 10 days. Now you all know the secret. This is how to make $40 million. No, that was fantastic. I think that was a big win.
Yeah,
And did you know when the product was done in the villa that this is what we need, or did you only find out when you got into the market?
We tested something before, not the product, but we went to the supplier, to the merchants. We did some testing on the ground. Is this something that you would like to have?
Yeah.
And then we promised to a few partners, we have the product ready. That's what we promised. We launched in 1 month. We are just fine-tuning a few things.
Right.
The product was not ready.
No, absolutely.
But we found a partner that was happy to scale with us with the product that we pitched.
At where it was.
Yeah, like there was just nice.
So there was an element of relationship there that was really necessary.
Yeah, super important.
Did you have the same? Did you have like a tight situation? COVID, of course, tough. Did you have a tight situation where things were looking crazy, apart from COVID, in terms of your product and MVP, or did you already know Draco is going to be this? This is especially as a founder, this is what it's going to do, and you went and built it and it worked.
I mean, we definitely made a lot of mistakes when we got started. Fortunately, we had enough capital to be able to work through those mistakes and kind of figure things out. I didn't have a brain trust of 10 amazing techies to help us solve that.
And a villa, you don't forget a villa.
By the way, almost for free, the guys gave.
Yeah.
We didn't pay. We were broke. We couldn't pay that.
Yeah.
We promised them good parties after.
Yeah. And we haven't made it. This is the big myth that I used to think before I had raised a big chunk of capital. It's okay, we can just get there, and then we haven't made it as a company. I keep trying to talk to our team that, hey, 50% of companies that raise a Series A don't raise a Series B.
Right.
So we still have a lot to prove. We have a lot to work on.
Yeah.
It's not like someone wrote a check that just sits in my wallet and I get to go and hang
throw
out
it
the
in.
coast.
So then as we close, because we have how many minutes left? 10. That's not too bad. As we close, before you raised capital and you scaled and you got product market fit, there's some stuff that used to keep you up at night, which I'm going to assume doesn't keep you up at night any longer. But there's new stuff that keeps you up at night. So here, what's some of that stuff that keeps you up at night?
New teams.
So scaling staff.
Scaling staff.
Yeah.
That keeps me getting the right team who won't do blunders that we did back at home.
Yeah.
That keeps me up at night. And the money for scaling. I am feeling that the market is there for MPOs right now.
Yeah.
But now fundraising for that, the funds are not. I think maybe what the previous team was discussing about, it's not the right time. Guys are not getting enough funding, not as before. But those are the two things that keep me up.
Okay. So more money and new people.
New people.
That's insane. Yeah. Benjamin. 40 million is a lot, though.
It's never a lot.
It's never a lot. It's a capitalistic mindset, 100%. Okay. But that's still, it's the lowest, it's the higher side of never a lot. Like, what keeps you up at night? When the, quote unquote, this is going to sound terrible, when the money is not the thing that keeps you up at night, what is the other thing that keeps you up at night?
Well, there is a problem when you have a lot of money.
A very big one.
Spending the money. Yeah. And that's what's keeping me up at night. Making sure, actually, efficiency is that how we spend the capital. We have one shot to spend the capital in the right way. One. Especially on the downturn, we will talk about the downturn. Mm-hmm. Now, we don't have so many shots to try. Yeah. Like, when you get that type of capital, you're not anymore in trial mode. You're not trying. You have to do the right thing. Yeah. So efficiency must be there. And how you spend the money is then what's the bigger headache, because you must be accountable every day on how much you spend. If you spend a bit more, why did you spend that? If you spend less, could we invest a bit more? So, and there is a big pressure between Tesh and me. Tesh is more about push, man.
Let's go.
Let's go.
You're like, nah, homie.
And I'm like, no, man, wait. With this engine, we are on the flight, and we have already one engine that is broken.
Yeah.
And you already want to make another plane, and as both this plane has no engines either. So, yeah, we will figure it out. So that's a big tension between Tesh and me, and it's a wonderful tension.
Yeah.
We have very long calls often.
Yeah. And are you also, I'm guessing you're also, because you're on a scale, are you growing your team?
Yeah.
How does that feel like? How does that look like? Are you having the same sleepless nights he has because of the team dynamic?
I think I have a great team today.
Yeah.
After a bit of trial hiring.
Yeah.
I think the team that I have today is a great team.
It's a great team.
I can disappear today and the company will keep flying.
You're like 800, how many? 800? How many are you now?
800.
800 people.
Including the field agents. Yeah, we are going towards probably 1,000 by the end of the year.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, depends what you compare with.
Okay. That's a good point. I see yours. But still, it's 1,000 humans. That's a lot of people.
It's about mindset. The way, if you compare with the 200,000 people.
No, if you look behind you, that could easily not be 1,000 people. All of those people work for you. That's insane.
In 5 countries.
Okay, that's still a lot of people. How is Turaku doing? What's the number like? What keeps you up at night?
Yeah, I mean, these guys summarized it well. The 3 things on my whiteboard at home that stress me out are: we don't work well together as a team, we spend money on the wrong things, or we spend too fast or too slow.
Too fast or too... That's interesting. Yeah. Too fast or too slow? Too fast, we can all understand too fast. What is too slow?
Just miss the opportunity, right? I mean, we've built a model that works, right? Unit economics work. The scale works. We're at 500,000 people. We'll be like much, much larger than that in the not too distant future. There's many other people that are looking at that model and saying, I wonder what I can do with that same type of thing. I'm not that worried about it because 97% uninsured, right? There's a lot of room to play.
But yeah, you could have 5 of these companies and still not be able to hack.
Yeah, but you, as a CEO and as a leader in an organization like ours, you have to realize the opportunity that's in front of you.
Right.
And I have seen people be like, you have to pry this money out of my cold dead fingers.
Yeah.
And we still have to innovate. You still have to spend money to make money. So that's kind of what I mean.
Cool. I feel bad that we didn't have women on the panel, so I recognize that it's a manner. I apologize on behalf of all the people here. It was my fault. We invited someone to come and 2 people and they were not able to make it because...
Well, you didn't ask us if we were he or she or they. So we could be whatever we want to be today.
Oh, wow. That was so good.
You didn't ask us.
You don't have a comeback.
Yeah. So actually we could be she.
We could be, okay. On behalf of them. I would like to say thank you so much for listening to the gentlemen. Please, to them. Please give them a hand for the time they've taken on stage.
Thank you, guys.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Very cool. Oh wait, don't go. Sit, guys, sit. There's questions. I apologize. I didn't catch that. Okay, who has questions? I want to give this mic around. Let me see who has a question. Anyone has questions? There's a question over there. There's a mic. Somebody else with a question, so I can pass somebody on to you. Yes, at the back over there. Cool. Okay, let's go. Let's start with over there.
Thanks, guys. That was super interesting. So product market fit. What is this mythical thing called product market fit? It took 6 years for you to discover it. Investors expect it in a year when you're at seed stage. Please, can you tell us what it looks like for you?
So getting the products.
No, don't say it. When the product fits the market, don't do that to me right now. No, explain.
Okay, getting the technology to work well with the market, with customers, and ensuring that the user experience also for us was to have a smooth user experience from the technology side to the operational side through the post office, because we work with the post office. The physical mail has to go through the post office to be scanned and to get an alert. So those are the processes that we had to redesign or work through those 6 years, and to get a perfect customer experience from end to end, from when the customer registers through different channels to when they go to an e-commerce site or a government site to put their address, to when they get a notification, and to have that last mile delivery. So that is what took 6 years to figure out, and now it can be replicated in every other country we go.
Yeah. That was good. I like that. Was right. Give it a good shot. That was excellent. How did you come up with that in 10 days?
10 days was the build-up.
Oh, right. That's actually that's important to mention.
Building the product in 10 days. That's why agility was a key. I think it was a key part of the big story of Market Force. Agility.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were able to pivot and find a different product market fit at any point in time.
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to always scout what's the next one. And going back, what is product market fit? It's when you have a product in the market and your customer wants it without you pushing for it. I think it's as simple as that. So when you see customer wanting the product and you pitch him for a few seconds and say, yes, I want it, that's product market fit. If you pass 1 month to try to convince a customer, you don't have product market fit. Or you are targeting the wrong customers. So if you are targeting the right customer, the product should sell in 2 seconds. And that's why scale up happens when you have product market fit.
I have a question as we get to Rakun specifically, you did it. Does that depend on how well you tell the story of the product? As in, is it a branding issue or is it the product speaks for itself issue? Do you have a role to play in the marketing of the product per se?
Of course, yeah. Sometimes you have to force a bit of product market fit. Because at the end, in the beginning, you might be close to it, but you're not there yet because you're still building.
Okay.
So in that case, the promise before building the engine, is like actually to validate. Okay, there is someone that wants it. Then you build, you test it, and then you find the first early adopters, and then the early adopter actually validate for you, and then you are able to fine tune the model to the product for scale up.
Great.
So product market fit is not like a point. It's like you build towards product market fit.
That's very important. Product market fit is not a point. It's like, I won't say moving target. It's a journey. That's very good. I mean, they've already laid the ground for you. Just do your Beyonce singing thing and just finish it off, man.
Yeah, I guess the only thing to add would be you can replicate it pretty easily, right? So if you go and raise a Series A, this was the point for the question we had from all of our potential Series A investors, some of which are in the room, is, okay, if I give you this money, how are you going to use it, right? Can you use it really to just 100x your customer base. If you can, then you probably have product market fit. If you're like, oh, we still need to figure some things out, it's probably time for a bridge round.
Let me ask this in that way. There are some businesses that don't work well when they're small or have few users, and they work exponentially well when you have hundreds of thousands or thousands of people. All three of your companies sound like those ones, where if you told me you have 125 people using Reja 5 times a day all the time, I still wouldn't be as impressed as if you told me you had 125,000 people using Reja once a week. How did you cross that, because that's a pretty serious divide. How did you cross that point of saying, okay, so we have product market fit because we have this many people? Or did you cross it? Real quick, because that is looking at me like I'm taking too much time. Let's go. That's here, bro. Go. Tell us.
Okay.
How did you do it? How did you do it?
That's the power of the flywheel. You need to start the flywheel. How you start is just you find early adopter, you force the first. That's why you need capital sometimes, because you want to get some traction in the beginning.
Okay. And you used the little money you had in the bank, or you went and you looked for a bridge to do that?
We went there. Actually, we used a partner. There also we used a great team.
Okay.
We didn't have much money. We used the partner was backing us, our partner, and the team was just great to execute.
Okay.
We were pretty lucky at that point.
Okay. So there's luck involved.
Lucky to find the right team. That's
Right.
why great team was another source, because the team really went on the ground and hired in the first 2 months around 10,000 users.
Nice.
Which allowed us to then go build a story to pitch. And then those 10 users became from 10 to 50 to 50 to 150 and then 200.
And at what point did you get your Series A? When there were 10,000, 20, 50, 80?
There was 180.
180.
180.
What about you? What was this is the number we need to convince the person to give us money?
So 100K was our number.
100,000. Did you say that number in your mind, or did it get to that point where you're like, okay, we need help?
No, it got to that point where we needed help.
Okay.
Lucky enough, as I said, we had the government as our partner who were excited about the product, didn't have money to market it, which was also a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
So when we launched it, we had this big pump and color. Media was there. That's why at first launch we got 20,000 users.
Right.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when now we started, we grew organically till 100K.
Right.
Through referrals and through some B2B partnerships.
Nice.
That's when we got to 100K, and lucky enough we went to an accelerator where we raised our Series A.
Nice.
Which was SBC.
Okay, cool. Nice. Hey, big shout out to Startup Bootcamp right there. How did you do it?
I think it's less about a specific number than about a growth curve, right? You have to prove that what you have is working and that you're able to manage it in its growth.
Yes.
That was what our Series A term sheets came from.
And at what point did you say, now we're ready to go for a Series A? Or here's the question, did you do it strategically? And you said, when we get to this point, we'll go look? Or like him, did you need help? Like, how did you do it? Or did you know that the next stage is a Series A, even when you had 12 users?
So I feel like we probably had product market fit a while ago.
Okay.
And this is probably true for everyone in the room. Like, I'm trying to get rich off of this too, right? So you want to wait as long as possible to raise money so that your valuation goes as high as possible.
Yeah.
So that's the timing that we
say that slowly. I want you to say that one more time, very slowly. Say that again.
Yeah, you want to wait as long as possible to raise money so that your valuation goes as high as possible.
That's really important. Wait as long as possible to raise money so your valuation is as high as possible. That's actually really smart. And then is when you went out and you looked for and when you were doing, now you're doing a Series B, the last question before we go. Now that you're doing a Series B, what are you looking at?
I'm not doing a Series B to start with.
Did you just not walk from a pitch?
We just closed our A like a month ago, so we don't need the cash right now, but this is a lesson for founders in the room is you start having those conversations as quickly as possible. So
using your Series A deck or using your post-Series A deck?
It's not a deck. That's not how you sell your business. So you have a conversation with people.
That's it.
I love that.
Thank you very much. Can we go now? Yes, we can. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's give them a hand. They have done such a good job. So good to have you all over here. Turaco, MPost, and MarketForce. All right. Up next.